G'day. Yo. Yo, how is everyone? Hello, hello. How's everyone been? It's been, yo.
First and currently the only Twitch streamer I'd subbed to in my life.
Really?
Also deploying 50 computers into a college computer lab right now.
Damn, that's quite a few. Just give me 1 second. Alright. Hello! It's good to be back. After over a week.
Wow.
Disgusting. Wow. I agree. Thank you so much for the sub, Luke the Roadman and John B. Dev and Jaruonic earlier on while I was still on the wait stream. Thanks so much for the tier 1 for 6 months. Godot Pod, that's what I'm saying. Hello. Welcome to the stream. So, since I last streamed, I streamed on Wednesday last week, and we looked at 6 Xboxes that I purchased back to back. The title said I accidentally purchased 6 Xboxes. All right, here. Well, off I go.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy. Hey, thank you so much for the 6 months Goku Works. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the Prime. I said I accidentally bought them, and that is technically true. You know, it's hard to accidentally buy something, but I went into it trying to pick up one, and the guy had a bunch of others in his warehouse that he sold me for $10 each, and I was like, sure, I'm sure I can resell these, some of them for $10, and for more than $10, I should say. So I don't see how I could lose. And in fact, a couple of them were perfectly working, no problems at all. At some point, I'll go through and resolve the ones that work a little bit less well. Obviously, a couple of them, their DVD drives are broken. That's what you would expect for 20-year-old technology. What were the other problems? I think one of them had a dead hard drive, but again, about what you'd expect, and not really an issue. Not a hard thing to fix. Music might be a little bit loud. Hang on a sec. Let's bring that down a bit. Okay. So that's what we did last week, and then, and I would have streamed again, except, well, basically I was busy all weekend. I was considering streaming on the weekend, but I was busy all weekend with various things. I filmed a big project. I don't want to spoil anything, but what I filmed was a total of 36 hours worth of footage over 9 cameras. And it's taking up now about 1 terabyte of space on my NAS drive. You won't probably see any of it for a couple months, because it'll take time to sort through that, and I'm already working on another video right now, and I'm probably going to do another one in between that one and this one. So you probably won't see it for a couple of months, but that's what I was doing on the weekend. It's filmed. Indeed, it's filmed. Quite the porno. Hey, spoiler alert, okay? No spoiling the the end result. So yeah, but I'm also working on a long, as you guys probably know, a long video right now. It's currently hovering around 56 minutes long, which is my longest edited video ever. I clarify with edited because I want to distinguish from like stream VODs, but really those are not videos. They're just, streaming is different. So if we discount all of those, it is my longest video ever, which is interesting. It'll be very, hopefully people like it, but it's taking a lot of time to basically all the effort that I would normally put into a video, that's that times 2.5 or so, however long my videos usually are, so can't wait to watch at 2x speed, true. So yeah, and that's been taking up a lot of my time. My brain is very good at focusing on one thing. So you know, when I say the last week or so, basically since the weekend, because I was busy all weekend, but since Monday, I've basically just been, you know, I get up in the morning, I start editing, and I just edit and re-record voiceovers, rewrite voiceovers, edit, and then, you know, I'm just doing that like all day. And, you know, I'm enjoying it, but that's why, like, I haven't been streaming as much, because it's when I'm laser focused on one thing, it's really hard for me to, like, pull away and do other things. I try. I'm here today, but yeah, it's just difficult to multitask, I suppose. Difficult to juggle a lot of different things. Consider streams had removed all the rambling, that would be cut down a lot. Well, then it wouldn't be a stream anymore. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Streaming's all about me yapping, and you guys fucking taking it. No, I'm just, I'm kidding. What is a cliver? A circumcised olive? Sure. But hey, how's everyone's week been? Mine is, you know, it's been busy, but I've been having a really good time. I'm enjoying putting this next video together. Underestimate the appeal of the mute button. I mean, you don't have to watch. You can always click off. But yeah, what else is going on? It's funny, yeah, because I'm trying to think, what have I done anything else? And it's like, well, not really. Like, it really has just been, you know, when I'm that lost in the source of a project, I'm just like, oh, I've just been doing that this whole time. Is this a new video unrelated to reverse engineering? The video I'm currently working on, the 56-minute video, is a reverse engineering video. The one I shot on the weekend is not. And then the one I'm probably gonna do in between is like kind of yes and kind of no. Again, it's difficult to explain without spoiling anything. Matt is blackmailing me. True! It's me personally. In fact, all of my viewers, I'm paying them... Well, no, I'm blackmailing them. I can't afford to pay them to watch me. The video involved NASA. No, it doesn't. Here's something I picked up though. Let's take a look at this. Just yesterday, I got me an iBook clamshell. Now, I've had some of these before. In fact, when I was 12, this was me being very entrepreneurial. When I was 12, I bought, there was like a lot of iBook clamshells, just like this one. It was like, it was technically 9 of them, but actually most of them were in like various stages of decay and disarray. Most of them were like, they weren't complete. It was like 9 parts units. And I managed to basically get, I want to say, 3 fully working units out of the 9 and resell them. And I didn't make a huge profit off that when I was 12 years old, but it was fun. I enjoyed doing it. I learned a lot. But anyway, I have one again now. All of those are gone now. I sold off all the rest of the parts just because what else was I going to do with them? But I have one of these now, and it's cool. I've never seen a graphite one in person. What a time to be alive when laptops looked like this. It has an airport card in it, which is nice. I remember this from back in the day. If you like pull down here on the keyboard, it like pops up. Hang on. There we go. It pops up and you can like do shit on the inside. And there's the airport card in the middle and there's the hard drive on the left. I am relatively confident the hard drive is on its way out. It's the original. It's got the Apple logo on it. You probably can't see it very well. It's 6 gigabytes. And it works. But it's a little bit like, firstly, it sounds like it's very clunky. But I know all hard drives sounded a bit like that back then. But it's also a bit slow. I tried to open up Microsoft Word a little bit ago, yesterday, and it took a while. It took a while. So, good times. Why does it even look like a clam thing? Well, see, in the 90s, just about everything was beige. So Apple was like, Apple was going bankrupt, and they were like, well, here's how we're gonna try and stand out. We're gonna make laptops shaped like this, and really nothing looked like this back then. I think it, in a way, it did a good job. It did make them stand out, and probably was quite instrumental in reviving the company. Does it run Doom? I mean, it does. I actually, when I had one of these again when I was like 12, I used to play Quake on it, and I would get good FPS out of Quake. I mean, I think it ran at 640 by 480, but not bad. So it almost certainly run Doom. Checking out the hard drive for CFO SD card. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I've been looking at like adapters, because you're not gonna have a good time finding an IDE laptop hard drive in the year of our Lord 2024. And you could use like a SATA drive with an adapter, but the problem is I'm not actually sure if there's like enough room for an adapter. Like there's obviously a hollowed out rectangle for the hard drive, but I don't know if the adapter would probably be a centimeter or so. I don't know if there's actually enough room for an adapter. I think an SD card probably is the way to go. Or CF card. So yeah. It was wild. For a solid decade, the clamshell iBook was the default generic laptop in movies and TVs. It's actually kind of true. If you watch Friends, for instance, you can always see like you can see one of these in like the background of a lot of shots. Oh, and don't forget the authentic yo-yo power adapter. Wow. These are like usually like people have cloned these now, and then you just get the regular black power brick. And I guess those are probably a lot more common. It can be occasionally kind of hard to find these things, but yeah, very nifty. Hope you have a good stream. I've been up all night with Thinking Sand from Discord trying to get this old and hair CD from 1995 to run. Interesting. Well, good luck with that. The puck, let's go. That's true. I mean, they had a couple of different pucks back then. Hang on, let's it's still Windows 7 themed. Hang on. So there's obviously the hockey puck mouse as well. No, not. Why would you think I would be talking about sports? Ew. Yeah, they had like a couple of round-shaped things back in the day. Interesting. I mean, this mouse, everyone hates this mouse because, I mean, our hands are not really that circular. That's why they had to replace it with one of these eventually. They went from a one-button mouse to a no-button mouse. That was the joke back then. Honestly, it's a reasonably comfortable mouse. It's just not very useful because it does only have one button and no scroll wheel. But whatever. I just realized that was all under the chat that whole time. Oops. There we go. I remember that mouse. It was horrible for my big hands. Yeah, I think most people didn't like it. Maybe kids could get around it. But yeah. Honestly, none of the Apple mouses, like, oftentimes I feel like people end up just replacing them with the generic USB mouse anyway, because either they're trying to be too clever, or I know like the Mighty Mouse, they added a second button, but it's actually like, what happens is you have to, it's like a touch thing, you have to like lift your pointer finger and then it'll let you do a right click, which is like not terrible, but it's not quite a two-button mouse. And then right now they've got what is it, the Magic Mouse or something like that, which probably works somewhat similarly. I feel like a lot of people do just replace it with an ordinary USB mouse. No, we're right. Your hands are wrong. True. Apple are kings of touch input, but still can't figure out how to charge a mouse and use it at the same time. That's actually true. The trackpads on MacBooks are really good. Probably still unrivaled. But yeah, the mouses themselves, like Apple has a problem with putting gimmicky features on mice instead of just putting 2 buttons and a scroll wheel. Yeah, pretty much. I guess they figure like everyone else is doing that and they don't want to just do what everyone else is doing, but that is, I think, what most people want. Yeah. They sell a trackpad for desktop. They do, yeah. But from what I've read, like, there's no, like, if you like touch gestures, that's useful. But if you're if you're thinking about like ergonomics or just like speed, I from what I can tell, from what I've read, there's no real benefit to using a trackpad on a desktop, just because like ergonomically, it's not that great, and you're never gonna play well. Never say never, but you're probably not going to have a great first-person shooter experience with one. Magic Trackpad is kind of goated TBH. If I'd absolutely use it on Windows and Linux. Does it not work on Windows or Linux? I thought there was like a community driver for it. Hang on. Little touchpad GitHub. I remember looking at this at one point. Yeah, Mac. Maybe is this what is? It's been a couple years. I'm pretty sure you can use it on Windows and Linux. It might not work quite as well, but I think you can. For non-gaming use, I'd 100% use a trackpad on a desktop. For gaming use, I do need a regular mouse. Yeah, sure. Waiting for Apple to come out with a trackball mouse and I'll switch over to Mac. I mean, you could just use a trackball on a Mac and it would work fine. I mean, hey, I use a trackball. Oh, and I've just disabled my OBS preview. I use a trackball. It's currently got a awkward braided wire plugged into it. I mean, it could be wireless though, if I wanted it to be. Ever gonna get back into trying to crack the key to the Xbox 360 bootloader? I was so invested in that stream. So right now, I'm deep in the source of finishing this video, and I don't want to like. If I get started on anything else, I will not work on the video anymore, because that's how my mind works. I can only really focus on one thing at a time. After the video, I do want to take a look at the 360, but not like it's going to be one or the other. Basically, it's like if I start it now, I'll spend the next 3 weeks on that, and the video will never get done in that time. I cannot juggle the two. But yeah, as soon as the video is done, I'd love to take a look more at the 360. By the way. Rice Sinel, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. But hey, thank you so much. That's really nice. Enjoy your Twitch star and emotes. I think those are the main benefits of Twitch subs at the moment. So yeah, that is kind of how I am. I'm either 100% laser focused on one thing, or it's something that I procrastinate until the very last moment, and there's no in between. There's no I've worked a little bit on this and that's enough. You know, it's either torturous, I hate working on it, or it's laser focus 100%, doesn't stop. And you know, currently that's where I am with the video I'm working on. Good job on the surname pronunciation. Most people get it wrong. Hey, thanks. I gave it a go. I don't know how close, but I was. But hey, hopefully relatively. If you finish the Reborn 3 project, will you make a video about it? Yes, definitely. Though I hear that CXBX has implemented. Okay, let me see if I can find. I was sent a video. In fact, why not? I'll show this. So I've been sent a video. Actually, I guess I've just been sent a picture. I'm sure. I assume this is okay to show. Assume this isn't from a secret Discord server. Okay, so CXBX has finally started implementing push buffers, which means they're essentially emulating the Xbox graphics card at kind of a low level now. At least they've started doing that. And this is what it looks like, apparently. Yo, thanks for the 200 bits. Lego Island.
Cheer 100, cheer 100.
Lego Island Yowie, eh? Thanks for the 200 bits, I really appreciate it. So, CXBX has started implementing push buffers, which is the big barrier to Burnout 3 working in it. And it seems like they've gotten to a very similar point that I've gotten to. You know, if we go to my video that I posted somewhere in here, it's on page, it's either on page 1 or 2. Yeah. Here. It's not exactly the same. There's like a little bit more lighting going on here, I think, but it's like, it's pretty damn close. Now, my guess is that they'll get more and more accurate over time as they just continue implementing the push buffer stuff. So, you know, there may be a point in the relatively near future that you might just be able to play Burnout 3 in CXBX. Now, I don't think that necessarily invalidates my project, which is kind of a... it's a little closer to like Wipeout. What I ended up deciding to aim for was that it would be a little bit closer to something like Wipeout Rewrite, where I'm kind of like gradually rewriting the whole game until it eventually we have like a full source base. Like it's kind of a decompilation, but we're not going for accuracy necessarily to the original code. Just like functional accuracy is good enough, and like maybe and porting it to like newer libraries and APIs and stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it invalidates my project of Reburn 3, but they may get to, you know, graphics playable before I do, is kind of where we're at. Maybe I'll kind of retarget towards like, sorry, I know you can hear those. Maybe I'll kind of retarget towards like decompile, maybe not focusing solely or especially on graphics. Maybe I'll focus on kind of like an overall approach, perhaps. Burnout 3 works in ZEMU. I know, but I've never gotten good performance out of ZEMU. I'm sure it'll get there eventually, but I've always gotten like 50% speed out of it, even on like modern hardware. Yeah, and you can always emulate Burnout 3 and PCSX too. It's not an issue of like you can't play the game. It's more an issue of just it would be really nice to have like a PC port, a native-ish PC port, or you know a recompilable source space. Just trying to figure that notification out. Well, not everything has a streamer mode. Like Discord silences itself, but not every. Like I have a couple chat apps open, and not everything silences itself. So yeah, I just closed it. Are you running ZEMU on Linux or Windows and AMD or NVIDIA? All of the above. Tried it on Windows and on Linux with NVIDIA and with AMD. I've always gotten about 50% speed out of it. Will I be able to play your port on Linux? That's the idea, yeah. There's one game on ZEMU where I got perfectly good performance for the most part, except where there are a lot of 2D elements on screen for some reason. Interesting. Yeah, I get reasonable performance in like the Xbox dashboard. On ZEMU, but yeah, not in Burnout. Burnout 3 just doesn't render for me on AMD or Apple GPUs. Interesting. Under ZEMU, of course, PCSX 2 works fine, but it's the inferior port. Yeah, it usually is. It usually is. Though, you know, if anyone tried their best with the PS2, it was Criterion, because they're like the PS2 guys. They had, they were using, you know, they invented renderware, which was like the DirectX of PS2. But yeah, I mean, the Xbox ports are almost always going to be the superior ports, just because. I want to see Matt make a video when he finishes the Reburn 3 project. It would be interesting to see how much of suffering it was. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the kind of project I would make a video about. I'm even gonna, like, something I'd like to start doing is, because I do some tech projects on stream. What I'm thinking of doing is I might like record me doing those separately, and then kind of come back and do some post commentary and make like a MetKC Bytes video out of it. So it's still not as big as the main channel videos, but it still kind of gets those projects in kind of a consumable form. Yeah. Burnout 3 looks like a PS3 game when you turn it on PCSX2 in higher res. It's kind of insane how good that game looks. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a late-ish 6th gen game, but yeah, it's a good looking game for sure. Gonna work on any decomping today? Probably not. It's only the things in the title. If Criterion were trying their best with the PS2 port of Burnout 3, then damn, that console does not deserve its position. Well, the PS2... the PS2 is like the most popular and most nostalgic of the 6th gen consoles for a lot of people, but I think very few people would deny it was the least... It would deny that it was the least, like, powerful of the generation. Yeah, and it was the hardest to program for as well, I think. I mean, I've never programmed for most of those consoles, but yeah. How is the decomp going? I assume you mean the Lego Island decomp. And quite good. I actually think I'll make a MetKC Bytes video about that as well. Like, the problem I've learned about a decomp is that, well, actually, let me preface this by saying, as I've said in previous streams, I personally haven't been contributing much to the decomp over the last month or two. For the same reason I haven't been doing much of anything else, because I've been, laser focused on this video. So it's, it's all credit to like the team that's been assembled. But I think at some point I might make a MetKC Bytes kind of quick update, because what I learned about decompiling is it's the thing about my videos is they're all kind of stories. They're all kind of, well, here was a puzzle and here's how I solved it. And when it comes to decompilation, there are puzzles, but they're kind of few and far between. Most of it is just kind of like you work on one function, done. You work on the next function, done. You work on the next function, done. It's kind of a very, not that there's no creativity or no puzzle solving involved, but it's a fairly procedural process. It's very gradual, like, then this, okay, then this, okay, then this. And so it's hard to make a lot of like big videos about that, because it's kind of like, well, we did this and this and this. Anyway, goodbye. So it's difficult to make kind of videos that feel substantial. The way I was planning on doing it was that I would have a kind of, I would put out parts, I would put out episodes, and I would have like a short update about the decomp at the beginning, and then the rest of the video would be about something else related to Lego Island. That's kind of what I did with the SI files. Like, yeah, like I could talk about things like D3DRM or the pick function, or I don't know, something like that. But yeah, but so I'd be interested in making a progress update, but it would only be about like a minute or two, because that's just kind of, yeah, there's not, like, there's a lot of work, but there's not necessarily a lot to talk about, you know what I mean? So if SI file is loading and FMV playback now, yeah, and that's what I would make an update about. So I can show you a little bit if you're interested. Mostly, yeah, like I said, this has mostly been other contributors now. The team. I don't know which. I think it was not that one. It was one of Misha's, I know that. He had a video. Or maybe I'm thinking, maybe it was just posted in the Matrix room, which I don't know if I have access to on here. Interesting. Yeah, so we've got we've got the background bitmap showing. We've got is a little bit funky looking. This is like a week ago, so I think it's gotten better since this time. We've got a background bitmap. We've got Infomaniac's face, which is basically like a GIF image, and we've got audio playing as well. There's a video somewhere, probably a little bit further down, which has a video, but it will show less progress. It's all happening very quickly right now. Like it's kind of amazing to see the information center already largely rendering. I mean, I think we mostly got everything except for the 3D at the moment. Mostly, that's like it's an ongoing process. Yeah, the flicks are working. In fact, Foxtacles did something really, really interesting, which was rather than decompile, because we're like 90%, 99% sure that the oh no. Thanks for the sub, Ben the Black Knight.
Evil Infomaniac be like, get the fuck off my island.
No, he's not evil. He's just Australian. That's why he's upside down. Yeah, so we're like 99% sure that the Flick library was an imported library. It's a statically linked library, and like especially because it's in C, and while the rest of the game is in C++. So rather than decompile the Flick library, because it's kind of a waste of time to decompile something that could easily be swapped out with any other Flick library. It's a generic component. It's not the game necessarily. What he did was he managed to spin off the Flick code into a disassembly that gets assembled and compiled and linked in to the decomp. So we get all the same code, but it's in source code. It's in x86 assembly. So it's all matching, but it's not. We didn't have to go to the effort of decompiling the whole thing into C and trying to match it and all of that. So that's really cool. We might even do that, or I mean, when I say we, the team might even do that for the Smacker library, because I found a Smacker library that was very, very close, but it was not the same version. It's like a little bit newer, I think. So, which is not a bad thing. It works. Like the Smacker FMVs play, but as far as a matching decomp goes, it does not perfectly match. Same with Smart Heap. I found a copy of Smart Heap that was very, very close, but I think it's a slightly different version. So we might spin off all of these things, all the things we know are external libraries. We might just spin them off into disassemblies so that we just don't have to worry about, decompiling them, and they'll just match like that. So, Matt, my PowerPC dreams. Well, you can. I think all of that stuff can still be like replaced pretty easily. Like, Flick and Smackers. We could just write FFmpeg in there one day, maybe. And Smart Heap. I mean, you don't need Smart Heap. It's just a fucking memory allocator. So I think like that was also the idea, is that like all of the stuff that these external libraries, they're kind of easily replaceable with newer stuff or just different stuff or stuff that is in source code form. So I don't think the PowerPC dream is dead. I think it's we may just have to find the alternatives, but otherwise I think it's okay. More like Shart Heap, that's what I'm saying. You need to license FFmpeg first unless the user provides it. I'm pretty sure you can get FFmpeg in LGPL form. I know, like, in the GPL version of FFmpeg, in theory is not like would not be compatible with our non-GPL source space, but I think LGPL
Nasty.
probably is. Yo, it's Wets. Thanks so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Just don't license it. Yeah, to be fair, we're not exactly acting inside the law. We're not doing this decom. I just want to make that perfectly clear. So yeah. Anyway, the policing of Lego Island is very strict. Yeah, I mean, that's how kind of most of these modding projects to survive. It's just by the original company kind of turning the other cheek. And Lego has pretty much, they've confirmed in all but writing that they do not care about Lego Island, at least the game, the original first game. They might still care about the IP, but then make a fucking Lego Island 3 then, bitch. So yeah, so we more or less know they don't care about this game, and so therefore we're not really worried. Also, that's kind of fun. 486 closed PRs. That's a nice coincidence. Well, I guess we'll come back when it says 666. It's called Island Extreme Stunts. I said make a Lego Island 3. Imagine someone who really dislikes Matt Casey works their way up the company that holds the rest of Lego Island for years, just shut this down. That would be kind of funny. We've always kind of wondered, who owns the rights to Lego Island? So presumably Lego retained the IP, but who absorbed Mindscape's assets? They went bankrupt, or they dissolved in France, of all places, in 2011. So yeah, who has that stuff? Who might still have the Lego Island source code? Actually, in fact, I might even be able to talk about this. I've been talking to Lego Island developers a fair bit over the last couple of years. I mean, not a lot, but whenever I've reached out to a lot, and any that will return my messages, I've been talking to, and I've heard that there's a non-zero chance that one of the devs might still have the source code, the original source code, but that there's no chance that they're going to release it without written permission from Lego. And the problem there is that I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't think we're ever going to get written permission from Lego. Hey, please, Mr. Lego, can you legally approve the release of the source code in case this developer actually does have it? We don't know, but they might. I don't know if that'll happen. And then if they release it, then the decomp will be for nothing, right? So I've talked about this with some of the people. It's it really depends. It depends a lot on the state of the decomp. Because, for example, the original source code to Super Mario 64 has been released. But no one cares because we have a decomp. We already had a decomp when it happened.
Tier 100, we can break into his home and steal the code.
Yeah, I know, right? Thanks for the 100 bits. And also, legally, it's... So, most decomps are not clean room, but there is arguably a stronger fair use defense to a rewritten source code than than just using the original code. Arguably. There's no law that says you can do that. In the US at least, there's no law that says you can decompile. It's just there's precedent that if you derive code from copyrighted code from a copyrighted source and then change it up a lot, it might no longer infringe copyright. So arguably, it's very arguable. But you could argue that perhaps the decomp is a little more legally safe. But again, arguably. But so. But I mean. Yeah, so essentially, I think we would all like to see the original source code. However, it would also be a shame, to kind of abort it if the decomp did become irrelevant because we're making such good progress. We've got such a good thing going. But which one is more important? I don't know.
Cheer 100, another installment of Copyright Law 101 brought to you by Lawyer.
It's a very common topic, yes, but because that's always what these kinds of things concern. So, the answer is, Oh, sorry, I missed your Prime sub. TJ Tim, thanks so much for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for subbing with Prime. Thank you so much. Oh, that's it. Thanks 3 times. But, so essentially, I guess to try and summarize, yes, it would be a real shame if the decomp was rendered redundant. However, having the original source code would be incredibly valuable. But regardless, I have no idea if there's even a chance of that happening, because like I said, we don't know for sure. I just had a developer say they were pretty sure they knew someone who might have the code. And B, I don't think we're ever getting that written permission from Lego. Okay, I just don't. Maybe the decomp was really just the friends we made along the way. That's what I'm saying. I can name a real life example of that. We got the 3DMM code, but everyone needs to actually understand it to go forward with, unless people seem to want to do that. It's weird. Yeah. So as someone said, a decomp will help us further understand the source code anyway, because you've got to actually figure out how it works. Yeah. The Simpsons Hit and Run source code is fully leaked, and you can compile it. Like, it's a completely buildable source tree, but no one's really done much with it. And I think it's because, well, A, maybe like legal concerns, and B, honestly, there is a degree of like motivation. Like, it's not fun to read other people's code, like to understand it. That's always like the worst part of any programming job, is reading someone else's code.
The real treasure is the streaming content we made along the way. Cheer 100.
Yes, all 3 Lego Island decomp streams I've ever done. Thanks so much for the 100 bits. Yeah, but I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, so essentially, in some ways, it's more fun to decompile the code, because it's more exciting to decompile the code than to just have it land in your lap. So I think in some ways that there's more motivation to do that, and there's more interest behind it. So that's another reason why perhaps the real code actually leaking or actually being released, because it wouldn't be a leak if it was legally sanctioned. If it was officially sanctioned by Lego, it wouldn't technically be a leak, it would be a release. So if the real source code got leaked, released, then even then, yeah, perhaps it still wouldn't make the decomp redundant. I don't even like reading my own code. True. Yeah. So, I need to update the what command. Yeah, you're right. So, Mindscape was sold to the Learning Company, and the Learning Company sold the Gores Group in 2000, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, and then at some point, Mindscape was purchased by a French businessman, and they moved everything to France. Who knows if anything survived that move, thousands of miles away. And then they made nothing but shovelware throughout the 2000s, and then in 2011 they went bankrupt. So they've got such a difficult history. That who knows where any of that stuff is anymore. You could probably get around the legal trouble by doing what SM64 decomp does and make a decompile where you need to require your own ISO. I mean, it already is. Like, the game, we don't distribute the assets. The user needs to provide the assets themselves. But even then, there's no law that says, releasing part of a copyrighted game is okay. Or part of a copyrighted work is okay. That's a legal defense if they ever got sued that, well, you know, we didn't actually distribute the whole game. You could still get sued, and getting sued is the thing that sucks. So, yeah. Why was the music master tapes on a fucking houseboat in all places? Well, that's because the composer, Lauren Nelson, was living on a houseboat at the time. And he went for a business trip, I believe. And he came back and his entire houseboat had sunk. And all of his work was gone, including the... I mean, so that sucks. It just happens that it includes the master tapes to Lego Island. Fires all employees, goes back. How could this happen? Exactly. Has anyone gone to France, knocked on the Eiffel Tower, and asked the French for the source? Mr. France? I have to say, Mindscape. So another weird thing that happened with Mindscape is that while they were a French company, they branched out to the Netherlands, and they also had a branch in Australia. And none of these branches like made games; they were just like distribution centers. And when the headquarters went bankrupt in France, both of those individual entities were allowed to... No, both of those branches were allowed to continue as individual entities. So there's technically a Mindscape in Australia and a Mindscape in the Netherlands that may or may... That kind of... They're kind of related to the original company, but not actually. They both function as like just independent software stores now. And I actually have reached out to both of them, asking if they have any information whatsoever about Lego Island, or who might own the rights to Lego Island, who might be able to give permission to, you know, if this release of the source code could happen. And basically, as you might expect, they all say, I don't know what you're talking about. they all have no idea. I mean, this stuff, like Mindscape, the French company, hasn't been around for over 10 years, let alone the American company in the 90s, you know, that hasn't been around for even longer, so yeah. Who knows? So I don't see... There's a non-zero but effectively very low chance of like a real source code release. I don't see there being any risk of the decomp being rendered redundant. I mean, like I said, non-zero, but pretty zero. Yeah. Technically, you can knit game code, so you should knit Lego Island. Good idea. I'll just write it out in like those punch cards, those like strips of. Anyone see those from like the 70s? I mean, I wasn't around in the 70s, but I've watched like documentaries and stuff. I subscribe to you on Twitch instead of paying my mortgage. Now that's a true fan there, alright? If you guys are paying mortgages instead of subbing to me, fake fan. Fake fan, why don't you just unsubscribe and let the real fans and I talk. Anyway. Gosh, I probably missed a lot of code in that. I mean, I probably missed a lot of chat in that entire in that whole ramble. So yeah, again, absolute credit to the team. I'd like to contribute again soon. I'd like to be able to add some more stuff to contribute again to Lego Island, the decomp, but they've been making a huge amount of progress without me, and it's very exciting to see. Probably there's another source code copy in the sea next to the houseboat accent with the music. Maybe. No, I don't. I think that is a good joke, but I think Lauren Nelson. It was just him that lived on the houseboat, just the composer specifically, and I guess he was holding onto the master tapes for whatever reason. Buying every hard drive on eBay until I find the one used to store Lego Island's code back in the day. I wonder. I mean, it is a good question, right? Like, so they obviously had servers or zip disks or backups in 1997. Where'd they go? I mean, they could have all just been thrown out, you know. Who lives in an underwater houseboat under the sea? Yeah. Still pretty cool living in a damn boat. Yeah, so he lived in, I don't think this is doxing to, because it's not like he lives there today. Hang on. Oops. So, go up to Northern California. Here we go. So this is Silicon Valley, obviously, mostly centered around here, but it kind of stretches all the way up to like here-ish. Yo, what's this?
I've
Thanks for
been
the
meaning
bits.
to ask this, but do the Lego Island Master Tapes really live in a pineapple under the sea?
Yes.
Tier 100.
I don't know. I don't see where else they would live. I mean, the pineapple, optional. But otherwise, I mean, I actually don't know. Like, I don't know the story as far as, I'm sure they fished the house out, right? But, did they fish all of it out? That's the question. Anyway, so Lego Island was developed here in a city called Novato. And Lauren Nelson, at the time, lived in a houseboat in Sausalito. Now, today, a houseboat in Sausalito would cost you about $3 million, but apparently it didn't back then. So, you know, a music composer could afford to live on a houseboat here. So that's geographically how this works. So, you know, all we have to do, technically, is just, you know, dive in here and have a look around, right? Surely they'll still be there. Yeah. Aren't tapes sort of waterproof? I guess it depends on the material. No, I don't know. You're doxing yourself again? I say again. I mean, it's not a secret I live in
Look out for
Southern
Dumpiniac was
California.
made Tier 100.
What was that? Look out for them pineapples. Yeah, if anyone threw a pineapple down here somewhere, then maybe they do. Maybe they do live in a pineapple under the sea. They're waterproof in salt water. Yeah, this would be salt water, I would assume. Yeah, because it connects directly to the ocean. Hilarious. California is Australian. Nerd. True. Oh, thanks for the 100 bits.
Tier 100 being a musician and living on water sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Surely not. I mean, no. You gotta admit, like, if you got to live amongst all these boats, maybe that's inspirational. You know, maybe some of our favorite Lego Island songs were made by looking out over this view, right? So maybe it was beneficial after all, you know? You know what I mean? I don't know. It'll corrode for sure. Yeah, I have to imagine that, like, I mean, tape is, again, depending on the technology. If it's like magnetic tape, maybe that probably has metals in it, but like maybe some tape wouldn't. I don't know. And by really annoying everyone else with a houseboat by playing music at 4 a.m. True. Can you imagine if you're just like, hang on, let's get a different view. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, can you imagine if you're living in one of these? Actually, these are just regular boats. Where are the houseboats? They're somewhere along here. They might be, maybe they're over here. Oh yeah, I think they are. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah. So imagine you're chilling in your houseboat. You're seeing, like, what a nice view. Cars are a bit close, but otherwise, what a nice view. And then suddenly you just hear, like, actually, which songs did he? I was gonna play a song, but I think it was gonna be one that he didn't compose. At all hours of the night. I don't know. Anyway, Me recording my masterpiece onto Scotch tape. True. Just so that it survives if it actually does fall down here. Do you think the guys in these houses like saw the houseboat going down and they're like, oh shit, there go the Lego Island master tapes. Water doesn't look that deep. It probably isn't. In that, yeah, I don't know if it like, I mean, I guess it depends on which part of the bay the houseboat was in. Yeah, like it probably gets a bit deeper, like over here. Then again, I don't know how much of the house submerged. Like, I assume it got fished out at some point. And maybe the tapes were just deemed like unusable and they were thrown out or something like that. Just a, you know, I'm sure there's nothing to be gained by asking, like by investigating this. It's just a really funny story. Water also has a nasty habit of moving around. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. They're all like, our property value is finally going up a bit more. Yeah, the legend of the Lego Island tapes. It'll bring all the tourists down. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. Enhance. There they are. Yeah, true. Maybe we can see them. You guys see them yet? Oh god. Alright, well. So yeah, I don't think... So yeah, all I've been told is that one developer reckons that another developer has the source code, but that they're like 99% sure they're not going to release it without express written permission. So I just don't really see it happening. I mean, maybe a non-zero but fairly zero chance, essentially. Put a sign there with the history of the tapes. That's true. Maybe I should call up the city of Sausalito and be like, are you aware of this historical event that took place in your city? I think it needs a plaque, actually. Yeah. Are they even supposed to have that source code in the first place? It would. I guess it would depend on the terms of their. I mean,
Mr. wanted to tell you the tapes are sleeping with the fishes. Cheer 100.
True. Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for the 100 bits. I don't know. I guess in theory the source code belongs to the company. Like the code that you write when you work for a company belongs to them. We know that a lot of developers did retain assets for various reasons, but are they allowed to? It's a good question. I mean, Mindscape, which is the company they were working for, and most likely the company that would pursue them, for that, doesn't exist anymore. So they probably wouldn't be in trouble today. But yeah, they might be concerned just in general. Like maybe Lego would be mad. We're pretty sure that Lego doesn't care, but you know, that's not necessarily a lot of comfort if you're, you know, just a regular guy who has, you know, some pretty valuable stuff. Does Sam skip tags? I guess so. I don't know what happened there. It did seem like it. 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. How did you know? Every tech company makes you sign a contract saying anything you make on work time or with the work assets belongs to them. Yeah, so definitely the code would belong to them in theory, unless Mindscape had like a deal with Lego that meant that the code would belong to Lego eventually. We don't know about that. We know that Lego, I think we've heard that Lego never got a copy of the source code, so they don't have any assets from it. But I guess in theory, yeah, the owners of the code would be Mindscape. Assuming that's not the case, the owners of the code would be Mindscape, and Mindscape doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, if someone at Mindscape Netherlands like, could just get me in touch with whoever owns, like, whoever retained the Mindscape rights and assets today, then maybe we could get them. Maybe we could get, like, if it's just some random holding company, well, honestly, they'd probably be really difficult to, like, get in contact with anyway. But maybe there's a path to, like, written permission somehow. I don't know. GeoGuessr's stream. It is a bit GeoGuessr's stream. Guys, guess where we are? Ignore the card in the top left. Ignore it. Just imagine. Pretend where we are. Or pretend you don't know. If copyright just had a reasonable term, like, this literally wouldn't matter, imagine. Yeah, I agree. I think especially when it comes to software, because software, more than just about any, like, we'll call it an art form for the sake of argument, is kind of tied into the medium it was released on. And it, unlike movies and music, it can very often simply be not financially viable for the company to continue re-releasing it and continue making it available. So, yeah, so, you know, in the case of movies, I can see, you know, the movie companies generally eventually get everything onto DVD and eventually get everything onto streaming services and shit like that. But, like, games, you know, so many games just get stranded on old hardware, and there's not much you can really do about it. So, yeah, I feel like if it were up to me, I feel like, yeah, we would have some laws that could, you know, alleviate that a little bit, but I don't make these decisions. Alaska? North Korea? Nevada? It does look like the desert. Yeah. Egyptian? Russia? What about all my 3D movies, all 6 of them? Oh yeah, what's up with 3D movies? Do they bother re-releasing anything in 3D? It's like a high frame rate. I feel like a lot of people don't even bother. Like, there was kind of a trend in the early 2010s to release stuff in 48 or sometimes 60 FPS, but I feel like a lot of that stuff is just gone now. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I once actually watched Shrek 1, all of it on MGVA. Nice. How many compression artifacts were there? Yeah. If you say it looks like a desert, that means Antarctica and Alaska aren't far off because they're technically deserts, just really cold. Yeah. See, film students are wankers and think 24 is filmic. Look. Oh boy. Many more than I could get account. True. Anyway, nothing exciting going on here. Just so. It would be really funny if there was fucking like Lego Island tapes in there. Anyway, I guess we should start. Should consider moving on to my CDI. Yeah. You don't understand the integrity of my student film. There's 24 FPS signals. The little amount of movement we can perform per second. You don't get it. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm gonna whip it out, if you know what I mean. Oh god, I hope it's not plugged in. No, it's still plugged in. Oh no. I have to figure out which one of these. You know what? I'll just unplug all of them. As long as I get the right one. There we go. Okay, so it's a little dusty. They rebanned nudity. You can't do that. Ah, shit. Well, see you in 3 days, I guess. So, here's what we've got. Let me make it so I can see this a little better. Okay, here's what we've got. It is a DVS CDI. It's actually not a Philips at all. CDI, if you don't know, was a standard, so technically anyone could make a CDI if they so chose to. It's got these buttons on it. Um, yeah. It's I think it's somewhat rare. I don't know if it's super valuable. Like it's one of those things where well, actually every example I was thinking of, it's kind of like a specific model of monitor. It might be rare, but it may not necessarily be super valuable. It's as valuable as just about any other CDI, I think. What do we got on the back? We've got regular RCA, obviously. We've got a 5-volt DC out for some reason. I wonder what that's for. This is cool, actually. We've got an NTSC PAL switch. That's fun. I wish more things had a built-in NTSC PAL switch. And then I guess you could plug into... Wow, is that actually a standard, like, LPT printer port? It looks like it. And then a modem. I don't know what port that is. Manufactured June 1998. Wait, that's actually kind of late for CDI, isn't it? Like, CDI... I feel like CDI died out in, like, 95. Yeah. Why has it got a printer port? There was, like... Occasionally there were, like, applications made for the CDI. Like, you can get a keyboard and mouse for them. I don't know exactly what they did. Oh, this was manufactured in Korea, in Seoul. Disappointingly, not North Korea, am I right, gamers? Ooh, this is manufactured by LG. It says manufacturer LG Electronics Inc. 1998 was the last year of the CDI. I'm amazed it lasted that long, but I guess that tracks. That is what this is. On my way to write a doctoral thesis on my CDI, that's what I'm saying. There were some interesting CDIs, like, I've talked about my other CDI, which looks like a, it looks like a computer. It's got a floppy drive in the front. And yeah, apparently what it would have been used for is like kiosks and stuff like that. Apparently CDIs were sometimes used for, if you were doing your driving test, they might have some software on a CDI to do the test or something like that. Lucky Gold Star. I wonder if maybe this is like a rebadged LG or Gold Star. I don't know all of the models of CDI. What's interesting is this like D-pad they've put on the front, because in theory, I think the CDI D-pads are like all interchangeable. So I'm fairly certain if you were sitting here playing Zelda: The Wand of Gamelon, you could actually play it on here. Maybe I should do that. A speed run of Zelda CDI, but only using these buttons. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's got the 1 and 2, because the CDI only had 2 buttons, and it's got 1 and 2 here. Can you do the duck walk? I think you can. Do it now! I am aware that the CDI is only partially functional right now. Do it! Maybe I will. Yeah, honestly, I'd be down to give it a try. Speedruns without controllers. Yeah, not even a spoon this time. Okay, so I'm gonna plug it in. What's the best way to plug it in? I guess I'll use my RetroTink. And we'll take a look at it. One sec, I've got to get some HDMI to capture this. Okay. Good. And now I just need to get a RCA cable. Where would I find one of those? Here, obviously. should be good to go. Dual wheel, 1 banana, 1 spoon. Oh no. That would be interesting. What are the worst ways to play a video game? Okay. Alright, so I'll show you the issues right now. Or at least from at least a little bit. Oh, okay. So, see if this is, if my RetroTink is showing up yet. I think that should be in, but we'll find out. It says no signal, so we'll find out if this is working. Yeah, later I'll set up an overhead camera so you guys can see it a little bit better. But for now, let's just power it on. Can we get a? There we go. We can get a signal out of it. Nice. Oh. And also the DVD drive, oh no, the CD drive came out. Gosh, I'm getting ahead of myself. It doesn't have a DVD drive in it. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, okay. So, all right. Let me get a, so I mean it works. It powers on. Oh, it's grayscale because, hang on, it's grayscale because my RetroTink is set to component, I think. There we go. Yeah, so that's what it's supposed to look like. And I mean, it works. It powers on. Let me, yeah, I'll go ahead and set up an overhead camera so you guys can actually see this a little better. Give me 1 second. Pride, true. All right. Gotta move my keyboard out of the way. Gotta make some room. Keyboard up. Mouse up. And yeah, my thinking is, if this works out, I might take this footage and I might do a little bit of post commentary, and then I'll turn it into a Matt Casey bite maybe. Okay. Where's the overhead? Alright, right, here. I'll switch to camera while I'm doing this. May as well. It's gonna be in the way, but that's okay. I'll be honest, I'm going down the rabbit hole trying to find info on that specific variant of CDI. If you want to know the model number, it is... I think it's VE200. God damn it, it's so hard to read upside down. Yeah. DVS VE-200. So, alright, let's get that overhead camera up and running. Oh, it's been so long since I've set this up. Damn it. I should have probably pre-prepared this, but... it's okay, we'll get there eventually. Actually, this probably isn't the best thing to use. Actually... yeah, I'll use this one. Actually... I'll use this one. Yes. Very good. Docs the CDI, my bad. Alright, so... assuming this hasn't... oh, it is. It's not plugged in anymore. Alright, what was that supposed to be plugged into? This, yeah, this power brick. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's in. And now this is running off AC power, except... Oh, except this is not... Stand by. We're getting there. Alright, just need to use one of these. Now we're good. Alright. Now I've got to get a HDMI cable for the camera, which is here. Alright. And I'll plug this into my capture card, and oh, this is not an HDMI cable at all, it just looks very similar to one. This is what I wanted. Here's how I was able to find. Yeah, maybe I'll take a look at that when I finish it up here. Mic stand. Wow. Well, actually, it's going to be a camera stand. As soon as I get this screwed into here. Hopefully, this will all work. Like I said, arguably, well, not arguably, I probably should have organized this before the stream, but that's okay. Alright. Camera. Okay. And we'll get some HDMI out so you guys can actually see the feed from it. And then I'll record on it, and then we'll have footage. It'll all work out. Amazing. All right. Oops. So, did that work? Can we now see the feed from here? Yes, we can. And what a great angle as well. Wait, let me get that that HUD off there. How do I do that? Wait, I have to. I'm doing this upside down at the moment. All right, hang on. I'll unplug this so that I can actually spin this screen around. Okay, good enough. So there are options here to, like, you know, turn off. Yeah, there we go. Turn off the information. Somewhere there's like a FPS, I think. Don't know where it is though. Not there. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. I think that should already be set to go. Let's do it. Okay. Unsupported signal. Oh, that's actually as wide as it goes. Alright, we'll just push it up then. Oh. Dick reveal. Okay, so here we are. We made it! Can I oil you up? Excuse you. Buy me dinner first, please. Okay. The camera set has an STD. Well, to be fair, it was probably me that gave it to it. Okay, so after all of that, we finally have an overhead feed. Except, wait, is it, oh, the shutter speed is probably... No? Why is the frame rate not right? Do I have to, might have to set this to, this? Okay, there we go. Now a beautiful 60 FPS. Cool. Alright! Well, in that case... Here we are. So you can get a bit of a... Get a better look at the front now. Oh, hang on. I should actually, real quick, I should actually, invert this so that, yeah, so that you can see it kind of more from my perspective. So there. There. This is what it looks like. DVS CD, CD interactive player. You can see my face in it. You can see the buttons and stuff like that. Alright, so yeah, there was some information someone posted. Hang on. I missed a lot of chat because I've been setting this up this whole time. Here's what I was able to find. Okay, what have we got here? DVS Video Engine. Oh, so that's what. So VE stands for Video Engine 200. Otherwise, I mean, I think my understanding is it's a fairly bog standard CDI. It's got a couple scrapes on the top. And those will probably buff out. This is what the back looks like. You got your RCA and shit like that. It's got built-in cable tie, I think. Yeah. Well, I guess not built-in. I guess someone just wrapped one around. It's got a built-in place that you can put a cable tie. I can gather there are 3 models that use the main board from LG here. Interesting. So yeah, it's got some. So maybe it is just a rebrand, or maybe a slight like retooling of an LG model. I know LG did make them. Do you not like overly research everything before buying? Not when it comes to this stuff. When it comes to this stuff, I genuinely like, if it looks interesting and I'm like, that could be cool, that's usually all I do. If it's cheap, and this was cheap, this was like under $100 I think, and that, which is fairly rare for a CDI. I don't even know what this is. Fairly, yeah, so the answer is no. Not when it comes to like, I guess you might call it an impulse buy. Does it have the MPEG decoder thingy? I don't know, how would I find out? One of those info pages might have it. Okay, so here's the problem with the CDI. Actually, I'll start, I need to put a memory card in because I'm gonna record this footage so I have it for later. I know I'm sockless on one shoe. It's because I started taking my socks off and then I got distracted. Okay. And now we are recording. Excellent. Do you want to sell it if you can fix it? I don't know. Oftentimes I do sell things, but that I pick up, but I don't know about this one. This I think is kind of cool, but we'll see how I feel. That is the most ADHD thing I've ever heard. No, what are you talking about? All right, my psychiatrist specifically said he didn't know if I had ADHD. Okay. Oh, huh. All right, so let's talk about what this actually does right now. Yo, Casadonna, Thanks so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Firebird thing. Hey, I really appreciate that. Hang on. This on... just to... Super sure. Yes, it is. Okay. I don't fully know how you can tell. I feel like the players I've seen that have the thingy, more formally termed the digital video cartridge, have a slot in the back for it. I think I remember... that rings a bell. My guess is it probably doesn't, because I feel like I said, it's kind of bog standard, I think. Okay, so let's talk about what it actually does. So if I hate that this is showing my face. Okay, so let's power it on. Well, okay, so there are two issues I've identified so far. The first is, when you try to power it on, it doesn't actually... So this is like a button that's supposed to click in, but it doesn't. So I actually have to hold it down, then you'll see the screen comes up, and it starts doing things. But then if I let go, it just turns off. So button is definitely wonky. That's problem number one. Problem number two. The tray, the disc tray does not stay in. So you'll see what I mean in a second. Ah, damn it. Why is it trying to... Alright, and then there it goes. Close, and then it's going to open it again. Or it's just going to say...
Hi, Clive. Hi, chat. I hope you're all doing well.
Well, this CDI is actually quite central. Hey, thanks for the TTS. It just says close forever. It can open, and it can close. I think oftentimes it opens again, but it doesn't seem to like... There we go. There it opens again. So it doesn't seem to really be able to register that the tray is closed. See? And then of course if I release the power button, it just shuts off. So, these are all, I think, fairly simple, like, mechanical issues. I'm gonna guess that we can probably fix both of them. That being said, if you look at the back, there's a screw here. And my guess is there's supposed to be a screw here as well. But someone's been fiddling around inside, maybe. Or it just got shook loose. That's perfectly possible as well. There are no other screws, so there's really only one screw on the back. Okay, so let's take a look inside, shall we? I'll go ahead and unplug everything. And the power too, of course. Which one is it? It's this one. Alright, power is unplugged. So let's grab my screwdriver and take a look inside. This page shows how it should look inside. Interesting. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll use that as a reference. Oh wow, there's an actual article. DVS VE200 NVRAM backup, and my phone is vibrating. A lot, actually. What's going on here? Just a bunch of Twitch notifications. Twitch notifications, for me, they always just... it'll notify me about someone streaming like 2 hours late, and then they'll all kind of come at once, like, oh, these are all the streams that started within the last like 3 hours or so. So someone has made like a VE200, a battery backup, or NVRAM backup and battery replacement tutorial for this exact model of CDI. Alright, so my guess is that now that I've... This CDI is a bit big for my desk, I have to say. So my guess is now that I've taken that screw off... Oh wait, there are more screws on the side, actually. Yeah, there's two on this side, and then there's two on the other side as well, so I guess we'll get those out. That might be important, who knows. Damn it, there's just so much stuff in the way. Before you start assembling, it's probably a good idea to eject the tray of the disk drive and remove the bezel. This is only to avoid that it gets stuck. Removing the disk drive is actually not needed to access the main board. I'm looking at the bezel. I'm trying to see how it would be removed. Tell you what, let me get these screws out and then I'll investigate. Specs seem to claim it can play VCD, so maybe the MPEG decoder is built into the main board. That's interesting. I get that for Discord pings too. I get the notification like a dozen at once and it'll be like 4:30 AM. Interesting. I find, for me, that Discord notifications are relatively reliable. But I guess I'm sure it depends on a lot of different factors. Shows that on that webpage, yeah. Alright. Okay, so I've taken the screws out. Oh, yeah, and the top case is already kind of... Let me see. Yeah, it may in fact be worthwhile. Let's see, what does this guide say? I'm looking at it right now. To remove... Oh, to eject the tray... remove the bezel. Oh, just of the tray. Alright, well, I guess we can do that. If there's anything that this CDI will happily do, it is eject the tray. Alright, so I guess we'll plug it back in. Alright. Plug it in. Power it on enough until it ejects the tray. And then it says to remove the bezel. I feel a little bit nervous about trying to remove the so by bezel it's like this front bit of the tray. I feel a little bit nervous because, like, you know, old plastic and whatnot, but we'll try and be careful about it. I can unplug it now, I guess. Let's just stick its tongue out at me. True. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, I see how this works. Would it, yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, well, the good news is I got it off without breaking anything. The bad news is my fingers now have grease on them. Ugh. Alright, let me get a paper towel real quick. Okay. Ugh. Anyway. Okay, so. Moving right along. Okay, here comes the top case. Oh, interesting. Is this where it... okay. Cool. I love electronics. I should probably close the tray now. Honestly, there's not actually a lot in here. Like, so what have we got? We've got, you know, power supply, obviously. We've got, and this would be the motherboard, but like there's a lot of empty space over here, right? It's honestly quite bare. No touching the PSU. Yeah. Alright. So... oh, well, I guess speaking of the power supply, this is the button. This is the power button. It's one of these where, like, it's just a big old rod that goes from the front all the way to the power supply. So I wonder what the best way to Like, I could obviously... I might be able to just replace this part with something else. So much empty space. I know! Like, seems like most of it is empty space. Post Rod. No. Hey, Rod reveal at 1,000 subs, okay? So yeah, I might be able to replace this button with an equivalent-ish part. Or maybe it's even a kind of switch that I could open up and like clean out. Maybe it's something like that. So that's the lesser of the two problems. Like the disk drive not closing properly is definitely the greater issue. I do feel like someone tried to fix this before, because there is a lot of grease on the underside of the tray. So that makes me feel like that's not factory grease. I think someone has attempted to grease this before. Maybe they thought it would fix the tray issue, and I guess it didn't. If it can't be serviced, I'm sure DigiKey or Mauser or Newark or someone has an equivalent part to replace it with. That's what I'm thinking, and that might just be the easiest thing to do. Like, if I have to, there's a non-zero chance that I'll have to desolder it to open it up anyway. Maybe not, but like, if I have to desolder it anyway, then it's kind of like, well, I may as well just replace it. No rod shaming. You can stop pushing the rod. The tray already ejected. No. There's never enough rod pushing. All right. Okay, so I guess the biggest issue, easily, is telling us this cum in the sea. I mean, it did feel like it, but no, it's not cum. It's just grease. I don't think cum makes a particularly good lubricant. I mean, that would be convenient if it did, but I don't think so. Who's Rod? Well, I mean, Rod is the main character from Birdemic, if you want to get technical. Alright, so I've plugged it back in. Definitely no touching the power supply now, but what I want to do is I want to investigate the behavior of this disk tray a little bit more. What's going on there? Oh, that's so interesting. Hang on, you guys got to see that a little bit closer. It's like, it wiggles. Huh. That's interesting. All right, let's close it again. Yeah, it like wiggles for a bit and then it gives up. It's just like the band. Fruit salad, yummy yummy. Look how unnecessarily massive the console is. It really could have been, like, just look at how. Hang on, actually, let me close that disc tray again. Like, just look at how, like, the three-dimensional space. Look at how much room here is dedicated to nothing. Anyway, yeah. Was this sold as untested as well? It honestly could have been, and I don't remember. This is another thing I've had in my possession for quite some time. Let's take a look. I'm looking it up because I'd have an email about it. I'd have an email about. Oh yeah, no, actually, it was sold to me as not working. So I guess I have no one to blame but myself. You know, it works better than you'd expect for something that says not working, but yeah. Laser gonna make you blind. It's okay, I'm not looking at the laser. Here's my trick. I'm looking at the laser on my screen, and therefore it doesn't cause me any eye strain. Brilliant, right? I just zoom into it here. It should wiggle. That's probably how the laser moves up and down on the surface of the CD. I don't know if it should wiggle like that. That feels like it's... to me, that feels like it's trying to do something and then failing, and that's why it ejects. Like, I don't know if it should wiggle that much. This is from an era where people proudly displaying their entertainment center black bricks. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it's supposed to look substantial. What it looks like to me is you can kind of see, let's see if we can get a three-dimensional look at this. It's kind of, I feel like maybe, it's like trying to bring the laser up and maybe it keeps slipping and maybe that's why it does the wiggle. The whole assembly was wiggling right in that just standard vibration dampening. I don't know. I get the feeling it's indicative of something. But let's try and get a little bit deeper into it. I think so. We're gonna need to remove this disk tray. I guess that article might have some instructions as to how. And get the laser sled to move. I don't know about from here. I don't know if there's a good entry point, but if we disassemble a little bit more, maybe I'll take a look. Make sure it's unplugged. Good idea. That could be useful. That could help. Does it sound like a belt slipping? It sounds like mechanically it's like and then like eventually it gives up. But like I mean we'll see more when we open it up a little bit more. Carefully unplug all the cables that lead to the main board and you can see all the screws. Well, I am not actually trying to get to the main board. I'm trying to get to the CD drive, which... Huh. Is there another missing screw here? So you can see over on this side, there's a screw, and you'd think there'd be an equivalent on the other side, but there isn't. It's missing. It's just a hole. Which, again, I feel like maybe someone's been in here before. Is that it? Is that all that you need? I'll be careful because I know that the cables are still attached. Oh, there's one at the back as well. Oh, uh-oh. What have I done? Okay. Don't know what happened there. Alright. See if this comes out now. It does seem to. Alright, yeah, let's just... Oof. What the fuck? That's weird. That's kind of strange that all the cables are like plugged in the bottom. I guess I'll try and like carefully remove them from the board. Oh god, there's more. There's more missing screws. Look, there's clearly the one that's supposed to be there. There's clearly one that's supposed to be there. Damn. Okay. Well, I guess I'll put the I'll put the disk drive down so I can unplug these cables. And yeah, I'll get the screws out. What if someone took it apart because they were curious but then also broke it? It's possible. Okay. So, I'll put this down somewhere. Maybe just slide it back in, honestly. And let's try and get these out, shall we? honestly probably need some tweezers or something like that. Do I have tweezers around here? I don't know. And there go the paper towels, but that's okay. Who cares? Oh, well, there's one. I hope I didn't. That's okay. There we go, that's another. Oof. Come on. Trying to pull these correctly from the plug, not from the wires. There we go. Okay, so let's investigate, shall we? Put this whole thing away. Oh, let me make sure the cable doesn't knock anything over though. According to that webpage, that's a KSM 2101 ADM CD mechanism with a KSS 21OA laser pickup. I'm sure that means something to someone, but it sounds a lot like the Sony CD drive part used in like PS1s. As a paper towel myself, I do care. Damn. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to be paper towelist. Alright, well, let's take a look. What are we looking at here? At the moment, I'm just observing. Okay, so I think we still need to get some of this plastic off before we can really get anywhere. Okay, well. Oh. Yeah. Well, whatever. Let me get. Should have some. Well, all right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'll use this to store screws in. It's not quite the right tool, but good enough. These are case screws. Alright, so let's take this plastic shroud off. It's 2024. I thought we'd figured this out by now, but I appreciate you. God damn. Am I getting cancelled already? I haven't been cancelled all year. Okay, so are those the same? Yeah, they are. Oh. Was that another missing screw? So they were... Oh no, it isn't. It's just a... No. Never mind. Okay. That's interesting. Well, I will say one thing. Whoever greased it up probably did a pretty good job, because it is pretty smooth. What's it caught on here? I wonder. It looked like a PS2 disk drive. It is reminiscent of one. I've worked with PS2 disk drives before. Maybe I could just hang on, if I remove this screw, what happens? What is this holding in? Oh, okay. Yes, it was held in by a screw of all things. How interesting. Yeah, look at that. Look how greasy that is. I'm still getting the shit on my fingers. Like, hang on, when it focuses. Look how oily it is. Someone, I think, has been in here and lubed it up. Okay. You don't need to offer it some lube. I would suppose not. Well, it might be interesting just to see what it does in its current state, because now I can get a much better idea of what's happening. But there's probably a little more information we can gather from it just looking at it. Okay. Is it just that the Oh, that's interesting. So this is the mechanism that I guess pops it up and down, which seems to be the main, like, concern-ish at the moment. Like, because the tray goes all the way back in, and then this does pop up, but then something happens, so it pops back down, and then the tray comes back out, for whatever reason. Have I solved it yet? No, we're still looking. Looks cool. It is kind of cool. Well, I guess the question is, what's in charge of that part of the mechanism? The part that, because like you got these gears, obviously, but like then there's something underneath as well. Is that belt doing okay? It does look a little worn out. It could be as simple as just replacing the belt, but I don't know. The belt is like okay, but it's not. I do think it probably is a bit worn out. But it seems to be alright for the most part. I mean, we'll try. Maybe I'll try replacing it and see if that helps at all. I don't think I have any replacements of this size though at the moment. Most of my replacements are designed for a smaller distance. They should be stiffer. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's certainly possible that that's all it is. Looks like a lot of play. Yeah, probably. It's almost certainly worth replacing, I would say. Whether that's the entire issue, I'm not sure, but I would say it's definitely worth replacing. It's actually kind of satisfying the way this feels, like, because it kind of, like, there's a little bit of resistance, and then as soon as you get to the end, it like pops into place. Ah. Time to buy another V200 compare. Oh god. How common are these really? Like, how popular were VE200s? Oh shit. I let a gear fall off, my bad. Is that the right way? No. There you go. Maybe just close the CD drive and see if it's slipping and where. Yeah, we could plug it back in. I'm just slightly curious how this. I'll try to do this without letting a gear fall off again. I'm just slightly curious how this mechanism works. This yeah, this. Oh, interesting. Okay, so pull out a little bit. You can kind of see this. Interesting. This is what's happening underneath when this happens. I wonder if oh, there's a spring in there. Okay. But how is that like controlled? What's the actual thing what's the actual device that pulls that in? Because maybe there's another belt somewhere that's like it's also worn out. I'm wondering, or maybe it's or maybe something about it, like maybe something about the way this spins I guess, yeah, maybe we'll put the tray back in and just see what happens. How did this go in again? Hang on, sorry. Put this at the very end. Then we like screw that in, and then yeah. Okay, we're kind of getting, it's a little fiddly, but we're kind of getting there. God, it is so greasy. Oh God, hang on. How does this? Oh, I see. It like slides in. Okay, so it's kind of like you gotta put it in. Yeah. Gotta let these feet go in, and then you like slide it forward, and then that locks it in, and then you screw it in. That's how it works, obviously. So that's this screw. Same motor that controls the CD drive when the tray closes that activates the pull-up mechanism somehow. I'm wondering if that's true, yeah. And then maybe the drive belt it's okay enough that it can get the tray back in, but not enough that it can get like the whole mechanism to come up all the way. That's kind of my running hypothesis at the moment. Alright, and then like there we go. Okay, so that should be in place, yeah. Yeah. I believe that's correct. But it's like locked in at the moment, and either the belt itself or something else is sticking in that path, maybe it's not triggering the fully closed start playback mode. That would make a lot of sense, yeah. So I'm thinking, I mean, like I said, it's definitely worth replacing the belt. Whether it's the, we'll see whether it fixes the rest of it. Still not in, I don't think. I don't think so. Well, maybe that's fine. Well, that's weird. I don't think that should be happening. I'm just kind of like analyzing it now. I'm just seeing how it works, because it's an interesting mechanism. Top piece to the whole CD, yeah. I'm sure you're right. Though, we don't necessarily need to hold a CD in it now. We would just need to, like, watch it attempt to bring the tray in. Can I get the laser sled to move? Just by, like, pushing on it? Or, like, should I be... yeah, I can get, with this gear I can get it to move. It's a little stiff, but it is moving. I don't know if it might just be stiff because it's on a motor, right? It's probably not stiff because it's, I don't know if it's, I mean, maybe it's worth putting some grease on it, but I don't know if that's the primary issue. Let me just try and make sure this tray is in the right place. I think so. I think that is correct. Yeah. What exactly is wrong with it? Good question. We're still investigating. Well, let's take a look. I'm gonna plug it back in. Now that we've taken the top off, and we're just gonna take a little closer look at it. See if we can determine a little more what it's trying to do. Oops. sitting on its own wire. Alright. Problem is, these are such a pain in the ass to plug back in. Why does it need 4 wires? Wait. Oops. I plugged this one in the wrong one. How embarrassing. Okay, this one actually goes in here. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Alright, we're plugging it back in as well. Which is always exciting. Installing an optical drive emulator into the CDI. Are there any optical drive emulators? I guess the thing is, the problem with the CDI is that there are so many different models that, like, you could probably, like, some would probably be quite easy to emulate an optical drive, and some would probably be quite hard. Like, it'd depend a lot. There was one guy earlier this year that did an interest check, that's it, gotcha. I mean, yeah, the CDI is not very it's like, I've thought about, because I built my own, it wasn't anything special, just with an Arduino, I built a CDI to Sega Genesis controller adapter. I did that on stream, and I remember thinking like, wow, you know, you could sell this. This is like a real accessory. But then it's like, well, who's gonna buy it though? Like, the 5 CDI owners out there, like, are they chomping at the bit for a Genesis controller adapter? Last year, oh, last year, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, damn it. Huh. That's unfortunate. Okay, anyway. Alright, well, anyway. Let's somehow, at some point this stopped recording and I don't know when or why. And now I'm curious, what happened? Oh well. Oh well, at least I've been streaming this whole time, so... Did I lick the PSU? Sometimes that fixes it up. That's true. Honestly, I think... I feel like dumping it in a bathtub while plugged in, while you're also in the bathtub, might be a good idea. The original CD OD, not for a specific console. Like an IDE thing? There might be, for like really old computers. Alright, let's see. What happens when... Oh, I didn't actually plug it in. I said I was... Oh no, I did plug it in. No, I did. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Maybe I just wasn't patient enough. Hang on. Hold it down. The, Huh. Somehow... Did I plug in the right thing? Oops. I did. Uh-oh. I guess it's dead now. It doesn't seem to be turning on at all. I didn't do anything. Killed. Yeah, I might have killed it somehow. I did good. Thanks, man. How bizarre. I'm unplugging it and plugging it back in. Unironically, it does not power on anymore. I have to give it a good slap. But I didn't do anything. All I did was take the CD drive out and then put it back in. Huh. That's interesting. No magic smoke or anything? I didn't see any. Power supply still looks okay. More grease! That's what I'm saying. CDI, you've killed me. Good. Too much grease? Maybe. Yeah, it actually does not power on anymore. I'm actually really surprised. Because, like... Yeah, because I didn't really, like... Yeah, I don't feel like I did anything. I mean, maybe the power button is just kind of messed up. I mean, we know the power button is messed up. Maybe it's even more messed up now. Is there a failsafe when the top cover is open, nothing powers on? It's possible. I mean, we could put the cover back on and see what happens. I'll put it back on. I won't bother about putting the top shell thing on there. Let's find out. Is that in enough? There we go. Now it's in enough. Huh. No. Just nothing. Nothing at all. If the power switch decided to die as you open it, that'd be something else. Well, the power switch was always bad. Like, there were issues with the power switch before. But they generally, as long as I held the button in, it was fine. You did plug it back into the wall, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it is plugged in right now. Bridge the switch contacts. You know what? You know what would be a perfect device to do that with? A paper clip. Surely, nothing could go wrong when you introduce a paperclip into electronics. Could you jump it without the power switch? I'm sure. I'm sure there are ways to... If it is the power button, the switch, I'm sure there are ways to get around that. And I guess that is rather likely. Like I said, we knew it was bad already. Yeah, it could be dirty. That's kind of concerning, isn't it? That, like, do you see how that power switch, like, flexes the power supply board? Oh, you can't really see it on the camera. Are we hot wiring it? I mean, we could. if it comes down to that. If you can't get one of the screws out, use a Dremel. Good idea. Did I connect the drive correctly? I mean, I think I did. Like, so you see those 4 plugs, they seem okay. Oh wait, it's all out of focus. The 4 plugs, I mean, maybe I'll reseat them, just in case. I'll go ahead and unplug that. Unplug the drive and see if that changes anything. That's not a bad idea. Just leave it unplugged. These are all so stuck in, that's the problem. Alright. Well, they're all out. Hell, I'll just take the whole drive out. Oops. It's got stuck on the case. Okay. Yeah, I'll just take the whole drive out. Let's see if it boots now. Alright, I'm plugging it back in. Is the right cable? Yes. It is plugged in. And nothing. Absolutely nothing. Too much fiddling with the CDI. That's what I'm doing, yeah. Well, how peculiar. How unusual. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I genuinely... Again, I know I keep saying it, I don't feel like I actually did anything. Like, all I did was lightly take it apart, like take apart a little bit of it, and now it's just not working. The fuse still good? I was thinking that we could do a continuity test on it. I'll unplug it though, just to be safe-ish. Did I scrape with a screwdriver? I did not. Alright. Seems good. And it sounds like a sex joke, but I'm serious. If you grip the rod from the power button and move it back and forth, does the button mechanism work any better? From the power button and move it back and forth. You mean like from this end, or? From the power button and move it back and forth, in and out. Also, like, interesting. Like if I was doing the power button, it is a bit smoother from the rod. It still doesn't power on though. Yeah, the button itself is definitely a little like janky. It's a little grippy, but like this is very smooth from here. But yeah. Oh, of course it wouldn't power on because I unplugged it. Let's see. Well, I guess that's the end of that. I mean, no, I'm sure there's a way to fix it, but I wonder what happened. Ow. Plenty of lube. Yeah, true. Give the console a hand job. Good idea. Caution, don't touch. Touch! I guess a potential question, if we wanted to test the button itself, we could do a continuity test on the button and see if it improves, like if it actually does become continuous when the button is pressed. I'll unplug it for that as well. Try come? I love that that's the kind of community this is. Try come? This music makes you sound so sad, like the bad ending. Oh god. Alright, don't know, can I access the actual button prongs from here? Am I gonna have to remove the power supply and like try it from the bottom? Because I can't see like this outer shield is clearly just ground. It's all like interconnected. I feel like the actual pins are going to be towards the back somewhere. Oh god.
Cheer 100, you should try cum. Maybe some post-net clarity can help.
Did he say cum? Did he actually say cum? Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing if it is just the button, because I mean, the button is a known fault. We know that the button is bad. It's just, you know, did it get worse? Did it just happen to coincidentally get worse as we were working on it? It's possible. But then I feel like, you know, the problem is, then I have to start fiddling with this power supply, and it's unplugged now, but it you know, that doesn't mean it's free of electricity yet. To do what I said. Hotwire. Well, yeah, we might give that a go later on. I'd be interested in doing a continuity test on the button, like, because in theory, if the button, assuming that that's how it works, if the button becomes continuous, then yeah, well, in theory that should work. Considering it seems to come up when you try to press the button, it might have cracked solder joints. You know, I could believe that. Yeah, it does have, there is some give in it. You see that? Like, just a little bit of movement when you press the button. So yeah, it's possible. It's possible that, you know, it's possible that me pressing it through the course of the day has like, has caused it to stop making a good connection. Drill a hole in one of those ugly rocker switches. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of things we can do. You can see that the power actually goes through this switch because it's got markings on it that say, like, you know, it's rated for 250 volts. Is that 80 amps or is that 5 amps? I don't know. So you can see the power, I guess the AC power goes through this switch, which is, yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
Okay, real talk. You should try spraying some deoxit in that switch, Cheer 100.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, the Switch itself, the Nintendo Switch itself may be salvageable, like without having to replace it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and try to remove the power supply. It is not plugged in, don't worry, but I know that it can still have, it could still have some latent voltage on it, but I'll try to be as careful as I can. I think we need to start investigating this power switch. 5 volts, 80A? No, it says 5A. It says 5A, 80A, and I don't know what that means. No phone for the overhead cam? No. I actually... well, the main reason is because I wanted to be able to record this separately, and the phone would make that harder. But also, honestly, this camera is just better. Like, the frame rate is better, I can do optical zooms, which is nice. It just looks better, there's less like compression bullshit on it. And I've learned that I really hate working with camera phones. Like, they're good in the sense that they're convenient. They're good if if you're going around. But for like a production, they're kind of bad, actually. Give it the Big Clive finger test to see if all the caps are discharged. Oh god. You give us your address, we can call ambulance when you electrocute yourself. True. Alright, well, the power supply is up. I just need to, like, remove this from the board, I think. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ow. How do I... Okay. Alright, well, we've got a power supply. Oh god. What the hell is that? That looks a bit rough, I'm not gonna lie. These are the joints for the switch. Like... Wait! Wait, no, is that... Actually, is that flux? Has someone come in here and tried to, like, do this before? I was thinking that was corrosion or something, but actually it might be someone else's aborted attempt to repair this. Yeah, it looks like it's been resoldered. That's what I'm thinking. Sus. I know! Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and try to do a continuity test on the button. I'm gonna guess that the button bridges these two things, so I'll just put, like... It's another thing where I need 3 hands to do it. Actually... Let's use this to hold it in place. It looks like poo. Well, at least they didn't come in it this time. Actually, really should be more like... Someone's been in here! That's what I'm saying. Alright. So now it's at least kind of fixed in place. Alright. So it's a few less hands that I need to have. So I'm gonna try to have these on these points and then see if I can try and press the button at the same time. Wait. You can tell it's a different solder, shiny, and the fluxes did give away. That's not factory. Yeah, I think someone else has attempted to do this before. Someone's been in here. Damn it! This is awful. Well, it is making a connection when the button is pressed. Yeah. Which would imply that the button is at least functional. Huh. So, what's interesting is the implication... I mean, it could still be a cracked solder joint. It still might not be perfect. But with the implication is that, yeah, someone else... It's not just that someone else has been in here, it's that someone else had exactly the same conclusion, that the power button had an issue with, like, with its connection to the board. And what's kind of interesting about that is that that implies that for them, it also was not powering on, because we didn't start looking into this until it stopped powering on. So is this maybe like an intermittent CDI? It does seem to be like that's connection. That's kind of interesting. Perhaps their fix stopped working? Yeah, maybe. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick little test again. Damn it. I hate... I need 3 hands. It seems to be working, because like, so what I'm doing is I'm checking these traces, the stuff that the switch connects to, and you know, this point and this point do seem to get shorted when the button is pressed. So in theory, that probably means it's not. There's no issue there. So well, we have no real answers. The fuse was okay. Oh, someone actually... I assume this was done at the factory. Someone actually did kind of come in there, I think, in between these capacitors. If it actually ever focuses. Oh, it doesn't even want to see it. It's censoring it for everyone. You're trying to show... It's like you're trying to show the audience capacitor jizz? No, it's not that kind of capacitor jizz. It's like, why is it actually, unironically, not focusing at all? I have to... Alright, fine, I'll switch it into manual focus then. I'll do it then. Yeah, unironically, like, capacitor jizz, but it's not cap fluid, it's just they put some fucking glue on it. How does it smell? I think it's just glue, yeah. Anyway, so... well, at a cursory glance, the power supply does not seem to be the issue. That being said, I can see here it lists the voltages that we're supposed to be getting. It could be worth checking each of those. Just to rule out the power supply entirely. The only problem is, the only thing that's going to make this really annoying is that presumably in order to test all of these, the button needs to be pushed in the whole time. Presumably these voltages don't come out without that, so I almost need to like solder, like bridge the button so it always powers on. Is it time to use paper clips as wires again? I mean, no. I mean, I would just check the voltages normally, but I may have to do something to keep the button pushed in at least at a logical level. Well, does this actually come off? I don't think this comes off. No, I think this is one of those trick cables where it looks like it's a cable, but I think it's actually soldered in. I don't think there's a plug here. So I guess we have to test them from the other side, which makes it a little complicated because the voltage markings are on this side. I'm gonna have to like, Okay, well. So in order to test the voltages, I would need to bridge the button so that it, well, probably should bridge the button so that it's, so that it stays perpetually powered. And then I might need to like write down these voltages so I can see them more easily on this side, because this is the only side I can test them on. I guess. I guess that's the way to do it. Interesting, this, interesting, this negative 28, is that... That seems like quite a bit. Yeah. Oh, I guess what I could do... Oh, I guess the cheesy thing to do would be to, like, see if I could poke a wire into this cable. And then, like, attach it to the multimeter. I guess that's a way you could do it. Again, if it ever focuses. I don't know if I have wires thin enough, but it might be worth trying. Are they in the same order? I guess I don't know, but I wouldn't assume they aren't, but I guess there's no way to, because we can't guarantee that. Right, fine, I'll autofocus it. I'll manual focus again. True. Camera is trying to sense. That's the only issue with these cameras. They're good in every way except for the autofocus. Camera is disgusted. It's sick of this CDI disrespect. I'm also just looking at the caps, seeing if any, like, they all look pretty okay. It's probably not a cap issue of any kind. That's my guess. So, I guess I'm trying to weigh up whether I'm gonna do this now or whether I'll just leave it till next time. What the hell happened here? Like, what is this? So this is the rod that plugs into the button. But doesn't this look like someone made a mistake and, like, focus again. Doesn't it look like which one is manual? This one. Doesn't it look like somebody made a mistake and it's like melted? Like what happened here? How did this become so like that? Yeah, what is going on there? I mean, I guess it still works, but did we try pushing the button itself without the rod at all? No, but I mean, like, you can see the button going in, so I mean, we can try it, but I'm gonna assume that's not the issue, but well, we can try it. If there was a minor case of the power supply shitting. I do enjoy the archaeology of these repairs, just trying to figure out, like, what manner of thing has occurred here. Still on my button bullshit. I mean, the button would be it'd be nice if it was just the button, because, you know, that would be an easy fix. Shit-ing. Has anyone done anything with shit-ing yet? Or fuck-ing? Soldering next to it, the button was shorting up hot metal plastic. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. It's just like, what were they doing? What did they think they were doing? Could hand out subdomains as well as emails. I probably could. I mean, why not, eh? Why not give as many benefits to my patrons as possible? Alright. How much do you want to bet it just magically works now? Actually, maybe we should run a prediction, just in case. Alright. You guys can't see anything. Magically works now. It could happen. Bing Chill Ing is just still just text page, nothing interesting. Cringe. Well, I wonder if they're at least doing something with it. Like, are they doing emails with theirs as well, or is it really just did they really just get it for text? That is the way it goes sometimes. We never find out what broke. Yep, I know exactly what you mean. $250 for one line of HTML text. Money well spent. I know, right? It's just the text. I just mean they could be using email, like they might have turned it into an email server and we don't know, but unless you check the DNS, in which case, oof. I'm one of the originators of the button bullshit theory, and even I'm not going to predict it'll work right now. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not, but every now and then it happens. It would be a little too good to be true if it did just suddenly work. The ratio is enormous. Basically everyone said no. Yeah, it's yes 0%, no 100%. 31 points on yes. This could be the biggest upset in Matt KC prediction history. Okay, but yeah, probably not. Even I think it's probably unlikely. 1 to 2000 ratio. Alright, well, I'm just gonna press it from the button this time. It is plugged in. There's no DVD, there's no CD drive. I keep saying DVD for some reason. Alright, I'm just gonna press it. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. But, you know, sometimes it happens. I wonder why. What? Yeah, I wonder what the issue was. Give me those points. No one's getting many points, right? There's 31 points that are going to be shared amongst like 18 people. Everyone's only getting about not even 2 points. No, it does not magically work now. Sadly. Gotta smack it? Which part do I smack? What I could do, could check a couple of voltages while we're here. Probably. But I'd probably just check a few. Or, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just move on to Godot time. Doubters won, but at what cost? It's a little upsetting how many screws are missing. Like, whoever took this apart and tried to repair it did a real shit job. I guess it could have been worse, though. I guess, you know, they could have made a real hash out of it. Connect the tray again, see if it still opens. I mean, it doesn't power on at all anymore, so it probably won't do anything, but I mean, I think, I think what I might do, the only thing they're good at is lubricating. Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think if I'm gonna, if I'm gonna finish up here or not. and like maybe I'll come back to it another day. Ow. The camera's right where my head's going. Weirdness about the drive being connected. Yeah, maybe what I might do is I might just put it all back together and like, if it works, then cool. If it doesn't work, then I'll just come back to it another day. In which case, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to put this back on. Oops. Oops! Okay. Maybe it's funky and wants them into power on? Could it be? That would be the stupidest thing in the world if it was just like, it just needs the AV cables plugged in. It is true, we have been trying it this whole time without them. It is still plugged in, right? Well, it doesn't seem like it. How strange. I genuinely don't know how this died. Maybe it's the AV cables and the drive. You can always try putting it all back together. Yeah, I mean, I'm not giving up. I don't call this a loss, but I do think I want to move on to some software. Yeah, we can see the AV output as well, just in case it's saying something. Oops. It's on this side. The softening. Oh god. All right. So yeah, I think we'll just go ahead and put this all back together. Cool. I know, scout view, you couldn't see any of that. I had to concentrate. Alright, well, whatever. The playlist is very synthwave, however, this is just YouTube Music auto-choosing stuff for me, and you know, it's doing a reasonably good job. Because I have like some synthwave songs in a playlist, but then I kind of just let it keep going from there. Oh yeah, it wasn't this. This is the wrong screw hole for that. It was it's the one at the back actually. Oh, it's gonna be a real problem. Is trying to get this back out. It is so stuck in there. Alright, well we're gonna have to get this one out. Okay. God. I hate this so much. I'm just trying to get this damn screw out. How hard can it be? It's like 3 circuit boards. I do agree. Does one of the screws to drive close some kind of circuit? That would be really silly if it did. But I mean, I guess I can't disprove it. Alright, come on, get out. It's like... It's one of those screws that's just like kind of hovering in there, so you can't like... It's not like screwed in properly, it's in there like just enough. Alright, I'll give it a good whack. I could literally just poke it through. I hate this shit. Alright, this'll work, I think. There we go. Fucking finally. That was so annoying. Okay. Actually goes out the back. Okay. Every wire is a fuse if you try hard enough. Pretty much. Was that really was it, wasn't it? Like, there's not much. There's really not much in here. Oh, I need to get the rod back in. Where did I put that? Here, just at the side. Oh, now I've done it. I'm sure there's probably no way of getting this on without just removing the entire power supply. You know what might be a good idea? Might be a good idea to, like, not have it plugged in while I'm doing this. Yeah, actually genuinely might have to remove the power supply. Because, like, I think it's like a tube. It's supposed to go in and around it, but like unless I can, yeah, but I can't quite, I can't get it in. It's like it doesn't, it has to already be on it, so yeah, maybe I have to unscrew the power supply just to get it on the rod. Press the button with your thumb again. True. It's okay, it's okay. Alright, so I'm going to lift this up, stick it in. Which I'm pretty good at sticking it in, you know? Yeah, that's how we make it work. That was stupid. Alright. Alright, well, that was it. That is it. Alright, I'm putting it back together. Did I have any more screws or anything? Nope, just the case screws. Okay, well. Oh, I'm putting it on backwards. My bad. Well, mission failed. We'll get him next time. Yeah, I'm sure I'll take a look at this again, because I'd like to see it working. And I still don't know what the hell happened. Like... It will work one day, yeah, hopefully. I mean... A power issue does still seem pretty likely, it's just... The things I tried didn't work, and there are things that I did not try. Other things. But, like, we didn't check the voltages or anything. But... I'll do that another time. I've lost interest already. Slid in like that. Okay, there we go. Nice. I'm making another prediction. Maybe, now that we've put it back together, maybe it'll work. I know. I'm huffing straight copium right now. But that's what makes it fun, right? Is the blind faith. Only if I slap it. Well, I guess I can slap it now that it's, like, put back together. How about you slap me? True! Alright, almost. Everything is almost back in. Oops. Drop the screwdriver. Stop voting no, you're gonna jinx it. Yeah, how is it? Is it still 100% no? Oh, whoops, I accidentally put it in sub-only mode. My bad. Wow, 22% reckon this might just magically work now. And I will slap it just so that no one accuses me of not. Yeah, that's right. I'm not afraid to slap a CDI. Oh god. Fine work, will it wash my dishes? No. And it will not make you coffee. Alright, well. AV cables are in. Plugging it into the power. And pushing the button. Let me actually see, does it output anything at all? Oh, it's upside down. That's funny. Huh. Well, that is kind of interesting. Oh. How strange. Alright, check this out. When I press the power button, the thing fiddles a little bit. It goes... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not anymore. Maybe it's just a... Maybe it's just a red herring. Yeah, it said like unsupported signal, and then when I release the button, it does it again. I don't know what that means. No slap. Oh yeah, I forgot to slap. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it does like the briefest unsupported signal. PAL switch? Alright. What the fuck? What? 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 What the fuck was that? What is... Hang on. Why is it doing this shit now? No, I'm gonna switch it back to NTSC. No, I don't think slapping... I don't think slapping fixed it, because didn't we try it after slapping and it still didn't work? It was like... It was fucking around with the switch that fixed it. Was it actually... No, was it the slap? I thought I slapped it and then tried it and it didn't work, and then I tried the switch. Do I have to go back in the VOD? I actually... What? I actually am not sure now. I don't remember. Hang on. I want to actually go... I actually want to try this. Hang on. So... Wait, I actually want to see what happened now. What did I do? Does the tray work? The tray is still coming out. Like, I had to push it in just now. I chose to believe in you. I don't know if I really did anything. Hang on, I'm trying to figure out what the best way to go back in the VOD is. I could just bring it up on here, but I'm not signed into Twitch on here. All right. I've forgotten what I did here. Okay. So it was really, really recently. It does it again. Look at this loser. PAL switch? Slap. It does it again. When did I do the slap? When I press the power button, get into the power. I think it was after this. That is kind of interesting. Oh, you can't see me behind me. That's funny. Oh. How strange. No signal, but upside down. Press the power button. Oh, forward a signal, and then when I release the button... PAL switch? Slap. Yeah, no, it was the switch, I think. Yeah, fucking around with the switch is what made it work. Some goddamn how. It's all good. It's all good. I wasn't worried. You know? I need to slap the switch. Dirty contact, but... So what actually... I wonder if you can can we recreate that? Like if I just put the switch I just put the switch somewhere in between. Okay. Wow. Yeah, and now it doesn't boot. Did you guys, hang on, you guys didn't see that. So, wow. Look at this. That's not, this one. Look at this. Okay, so all I did, so here I've got it, I put it into NTSC. Gotta zoom in a bunch. I've just now put it into NTSC. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Okay. I just now put it into NTSC. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, you can see it. I put it into NTSC and it started working. But if I like... is this really beyond the focusing, minimum focusing distance? I guess it is. But... how do I angle this? But, if I put it like... the switch is weird. The switch is kind of fucky, because if I can just kind of nudge it a little bit and have it somewhere in between. And now it doesn't work. Now, if I try to press the button... now if I try to press the button, it's dead. Okay? But, if I switch it back to NTSC... all good. So, it was just this switch this whole time? I guess? I guess so! I mean, that's like, I can literally recreate the problem. Yeah, now it's fine. No problems now. Trey still comes out though. Trey is still a problem. That's not that one, this one. Yeah. It's still poking its tray out at me. Hang on, I'll rotate this again. Yeah, so there you go. Now you can see. Region locking really is racism after all. I told you it was a problem. It's still broken. Yeah, we made no progress at all. Except for discovering that it looked like it died, but it actually was not dead the whole time. It was just that damn switch. Let me add another, yeah, so we can see everything. Because I need to flip... one of the sources needs to be flipped and one of them doesn't. For God's sake. Unfucking believable. Honestly, thanks to whoever suggested the switch, the PAL NTSC switch, because I never would have tried that. Does it eject when a disc is in? Yeah, I'm fairly certain it does. I believe I tried this before off stream. Yeah, somewhere in this collection of legal CDs, I have a CDI game. I have a few of them, I think. Yeah, right at the top. Ah! Okay. Here we go. I'm putting in my very legal copy of Wand of Gamelon. Oh, there's a hair on it. Ew! Okay. Is it on? Yeah. I can't fucking believe it was just a switch this whole time. Does not display in PAL mode because you have 6... No, it does display in PAL mode. It only doesn't work... No. I think you missed what happened. Oh, you can see. Damn. Let's see what it actually shows on the screen. Yeah, it does sound like... what I can hear is it does sound like a motor is struggling. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. I don't know if you can... hang on, I'll point my microphone at it and you can maybe hear it. I'll pause the music. Oh, hang on. It's you can't. My microphone gate is filtering it out. Hang on. I'll turn off the gate. To put on so much effect, so I have to disable so much stuff to get this audible. Okay, let's take a listen to this. Do you kind of hear that? I feel like I don't know what the issue is yet. We didn't even get to try to replace the belt, but you know, maybe I will, and we'll see what that does. I don't know if that'll fix anything. Gatekeeping mic, true. Let me turn that back on. The gate. Does the tray mechanism have a disc lifter after it closes? I mean, it does. Like we saw, the mechanism like comes up, and the kind of the running theory at the moment is maybe the belt is loose. It's good enough that it can bring the tray back in, but it's too loose to actually bring the whole assembly up. I don't know if that's the issue yet. I'd have to put a new belt in and try it, I think. I mean, we kind of got to the point of wanting to look at it more closely, and then it just kind of stopped working. But as it turns out, it was just... as it turns out, it was just the damn switch was in an in-between state. So, yeah. So nothing has been repaired, but also we have confirmed that nothing is broken, which I guess is a win. Grease was the solution, but they greased too deep and too hard. It's possible. I don't think... I'd be very interested in trying a new belt. I mean, I have... Let's see. Oh, maybe they're in my drive... I have a drawer specifically for drives. I have a... maybe the drive button is stuck in an in-between state, maybe. I have a collection of drive belts, but I think they're too small for this drive. We could try it. Time to skip all your other plans and fix this with rubber bands. We could try, see if I've got, I mean... No, these are probably too big. I mean... Close enough, right? Surely. Surely this will work. I mean... I do, like I said, I have a collection of drive belts, but I think they're too small for this one. It might be worth a try. Might be worth giving it a try either way, though. Prediction result is magically works. So, I feel like you can argue either way. Like, you could argue that it did not magically work. We just figured out what was wrong. It took a while to get there. So with the term magically, kind of not true. It's kind of a no. But it does work. We did figure it out. It's not a scam. I'm just thinking this. You know, I have to be the arbiter now. I have to figure this out. Like, it was this what's the fair the fair answer. It wasn't plugging it back in that worked, it was flicking a switch which we could do at any time, yeah. Vote for who won? No, because the majority of people said no, so the majority of people are gonna say that the no's should win. Can you make the prediction null and void? Yeah, we could just delete it, like, and refund everyone's points. But I mean, technically, the no's were correct, right? Because it did not magically work. I put most of the points into no. I'd say give it to the people that said yes. Well, it wasn't magical. We just figured it out. Also, my camera is focusing on the the overhead camera. It wasn't magic. We just found the problem. Have someone break it and try and fix it and use that as the result. Oh god. It's not the Fairly Odd Parents, it wasn't magic. What was your criteria for magic? Did it have to have fairy dust? No, but it just had to work without an explanation. The thing is, we have an explanation. We know exactly what happened, and we know exactly what broke, why, and how to fix it, and how to even reproduce the problem. So that's what makes it not magic. Tell you what, in the name of fairness, because this wasn't on the prediction that, you know, it was magically work or magically not work. There wasn't a we'll surprisingly figure out the problem. So, you know, if based on that, I feel inclined to just throw out the prediction and just refund everyone. Hey, look, all I'm saying, the magic smoke stayed inside the capacitor. That's all the magic we need. True. You got the explanation after doing it. Yeah, I got the explanation after already kind of confirming it wasn't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think we can call it a yes. I feel like it's either gonna be no or it's gonna be a refund. I don't think as it's a romantic idea that it just started working, but that isn't technically what happened. It was my magical thinking that fixed it. I don't think so. All right, I'm gonna because the thing is, if I had done the prediction earlier, if I had chosen the result the first time I tried it, it would have been no anyway. So I feel like it's either no or I have to have to delete it, have to refund it. Because the only reason it started, the only reason this is a debate at all is because I didn't choose the outcome for the first time and I kept trying things. All right. Alright, I'm gonna refund, I think. Just because, in theory, I should have chosen the... Well... Yeah, alright, I'm just gonna refund. I'm just gonna... this is too much. This is too much thinking for me. I'm gonna... just gonna move on. But yeah, it's... Yeah, anyway. I'm gonna open it up one more time, because I want to see if I've got some potential, at least temporary, drive belt replacements, and maybe at least we can try one of them, and see if that improves things at all. I'm just curious now that we know it's not actually broken, you know? Matt KC, brain can't handle this. I mean, kind of. In theory, I mean... I think it would have been correct to say that the Noahs won. I think that's probably actually the correct answer. But I also think it's kind of unfair that... that there wasn't an option for, like, we'll figure it out, you know? I don't want to punish people for believing, because the believers, believers as a whole technically won, because they believed. And I don't want to punish that. That magically ruined it all. Well, yeah, I mean... But that was what the prediction was for, that it would fix itself without us knowing. Otherwise, if there was another option for like, we'll figure it out, then maybe. I voted lacking knowledge at booted to begin with. Yeah, it was earlier in the stream it was working. It only stopped working partway through. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna replace the belts. I'll try a few different drive belt replacements and see if that addresses the problem at all. I heard a bonk outside. I think maybe a package of mine got delivered. Easy solution is to take everyone's point for yourself and run. Maybe you... I don't think there's actually a mechanism for me to do that. Because I'm thinking, I mean, if I never choose the outcome, then technically everyone just loses their points. Like, no one gets them back. Then again, it's not like I win anything from having them. It's not like it's money. I hate these cables so much. Ugh. Hang on. Can I, I had... It might be a little too wide. Oh, you can't see literally anything. These might be a little wide for pliers, but I'm gonna try it anyway. There we go. I can get a better grip on them than my fingers can. My fat fingers. There we go. Need the pliers before. I mean, what's your point? It's been difficult this whole time. I'm just trying to find ways to make it easier. Okay. Get the UV cables out. Alright, we're looking at the drive again. We're gonna get the shit out. So, yeah, so I'm gonna replace a drive belt. Just see what I have lying around, and then, and you know, oops. I can order some more drive belts, and they'll arrive at some point. Something that would actually fit properly. One's asking for hairspray. That's still one of the more surreal things to ever happen. Like, like religious people coming to the door is not necessarily an abnormal thing, but the fact that they weren't actually attempting to sell me religion, maybe they just took one look at me and they were just like, oh well, surely not. Surely he's going to hell. We can't do anything about that. So yeah, I don't know. All right, so. Yeah, so I don't know, and yeah, they were asking if I had any hairspray, of all things. Alright, let's fuck around with this belt, shall we? And find out. No, this rubber band is probably not big enough. Oh no, I mean, it's probably too big. Like, it might not, well, I guess we could try it. Alright, get rid of this. Rid of this. Gonna come out all the way here, or no? Might actually have to take these gears off. Was the drive working before they lubed it? I have no idea. Yeah, this rubber band I'm gonna say is probably, yeah, it's way too loose. Yeah, that's not gonna work at all. I might have another one. I have, I'll go peruse my collection of drive belts. Which I think is over here somewhere. Either that, or it's in here. Oh yeah, it could be in here. Yeah. The problem with these, I think, is they're a little... I think these are going to be too small. Yeah. Way too small, I think. Well... So I mean, these would be purpose-built, but yeah, I don't think they're gonna work for us. Font size. Oh lord. Let's see. I'll keep looking through my rubber band collection, see if there's anything a bit smaller that might work. But I don't know if it's super likely. Yeah, what will probably end up happening is I'll probably just have to buy a set of new rubber bands. Damn it, they're too tied together. Okay. Alright, what's the size like on this? Ooh. The gears fell off. I'm gonna have to re-lubricate it. This actually might have a chance of working. No. Still kind of loose. I think it's a slightly better fit. But, come on, get around. Get on there. No. Still a little small, a little too big. Cut and glue together. Damn, yeah, that would work. Surely. Definitely that's too big. There's a disintegrated rubber band in here. That's gonna be too big. This... probably too big. Oh wait, couldn't I, very thin cut of heat shrink tubing. I don't know if I have any. Here's a silly idea. This probably won't work. What if I like... No, it's probably too tight then. Thinking if I double up on it, maybe I could like... But I probably need something a lot bigger then. Boil the old one. Yeah, I could give that a go. Again, that's probably something I would do like next time. Tight may be fine for a test. It could be. But I know that like, if it's too tight, I know that the motor could have extra trouble, and then that might spoil the result. But it might be worth giving it a go anyway, just to try it. This probably is, I don't know if I like the feel of this one. You know what, I'm gonna give this a go. I feel like this might be just good enough. I'm gonna double up on it and see what happens. Just to test it. I would not keep this as a permanent solution. I feel like that's a decent size. Oh, I don't know, actually. Wait, why is this not... Oh, this went underneath, that's why. Assuming it stays doubled up, yeah. We need like both parts in there, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean... In the words of Will Smith, this might be alright. Nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. Well, I can't argue with that. I will definitely buy some more drive belts, because this is actually the second time I've run into this issue where I've thought or I've needed one and it doesn't like fit. What does the belt do? It's this is a motor, and it drives these gears, which drives the tray and also this assembly, this lens and all this shit coming up and down. It's kind of all linked together, I think. So we'll see, essentially. See if that does anything at all. Alright. Now we just have to put it all back together. I mean, the rubber band is working, from the sense that, you know, it's the motor is being spun. It may not be that much better than the original, though. That CDI is going to run for 20 more years with that rubber band. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Oh, I didn't screw it on. I should do that, shouldn't I? It'll disintegrate. Yeah, it will. It'll probably disintegrate within a couple months at most. Love to imagine Tech Mode watching this and slowly dying inside. Yeah, probably. Alright. Get it all lined up now. Alright, that's good. See if I can actually get an angle this time. Not that it really matters, because my big arm is in the way anyway. Alright. Well. Power on time. I think I saw a lice. Good. Nice try. Good attempt. Alright, let's power it on, shall we? Let's actually plug it in. That's probably a good idea, right? I was like, no, not again. Something I learned about this about this capture card is that this no signal graphic is actually like a PNG stored somewhere on the file system, so pretty sure I could replace it if I really wanted to. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, I guess you do want to see the drive. Oh, No. Still something a bit like... I mean, it is working. The rubber band is actually working. But it's still like... It raised though. Well, it was raising before. It was just like... Yeah, I don't know. I think it's still the same. Not doing the wobbling. It might be a little better, yeah. But definitely still not like happy though. Put a disc in. It just kind of gives up. I wonder if like, can I manually like coerce it into like if I just jiggle it a bit or no, not really. Here, I'll spin it for you. What do you think? Oh. The switch that tells it it's closed is probably bad. Yeah, that's quite possible. I could believe that for sure. That's just kind of fun, actually. It's kind of enjoyable. Anyway, it was worth a try. Yeah, it probably is something like a sensor. I could believe that. How's it know when it's all the way in? I don't know. We never got that far because we got interrupted by thinking that the whole thing had died when it actually hadn't. It's actually still working fine. Wait, it's even got more or less the correct date and time. I don't know what time zone that is. That's probably like Europe, right? That's probably somewhere in Europe. But 3:48. Where is it? Yeah, where is it? 3:48 a.m. right now. And tomorrow, because for me it's the 26th, so it's even the that implies the battery is correct. It is still working. GMT +4. Huh? So that's like that's not even yeah, that's not like Central Europe then. That might be like Eastern Europe, Russia or something. Huh? Is that where this is from? Like, GMT +4 countries. Wow. I mean, Réunion doesn't really count. That's a whole separate island. Armenia, Azerbaijan. Seychelles, the UAE, huh? So we're going that far east. It's actually like, yeah. So it's further east than like Europe, huh? So is that maybe that's a clue as to where this came from? That's interesting. Probably not dealing with summer standard time. So it could be plus or minus an hour. Yeah, could be 3. Which is somewhat Eastern Europe, or at least you got like Belarus. A lot of Middle Eastern countries. Interesting. Anyway, that's just a mild curiosity. Uganda. Is this an African CDI? Yeah, I think investigating or looking for a switch, or a trigger of some kind is probably the next step. But I think I'll do that next time. I think like I said, I think I want to get to doing some software now. Did you pick up the unit locally? Many Armenian immigrants in the LA area. No, this was from eBay. I don't know what part. Hang on, let me check the. Can I still see? Can I see the listing still? No, I can't. Who's the seller? The seller is. Oh. The seller was from California. From San Diego, apparently, or like the San Diego metro area. So I guess they can't have been the original owners if they never if the time is still in a different time zone. Unless I guess they could have never. Yeah, no, they probably not. Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan are considered Europe. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's a good question. What capture card are you using that appears to play nice with Linux? It is the... hang on. Let's, get my shit back up. So, I have had a few. Currently, what I'm using is... this thing. I believe it's this. This... brand new, this is pretty expensive, but because I got it secondhand, it wasn't. Yeah, so it takes 4 HDMI inputs, and we're actually using all 4 today. There's my face camera, there's the overhead camera, there's the feed from the CDI, and there's the feed from my virtual machine. So, all 4. Yeah, and they all work, it's nice, but I've also used, before this I had these, which are pretty good. They work on Linux as well. The thing about these is that I think they're not as reliable. They are, I had frequent issues where they would stop working and you'd have to unplug and plug them back in, or I think sometimes they would overheat and the frame rate would drop. There's some clips on the live channel where the camera will just freeze, or it'll the frame rate will drop. It'll be 10 frames per second. I think it's overheating, but I'm not sure. There's no cooling on this thing, and there's obviously a heatsink and a fan on here. This fan is actually really noisy, so I replaced it with a bigger fan on the outside. If you know how fans work, a bigger fan doesn't have to spin as fast to move the same amount of air, so it can be a little quieter. So I replaced it. Yeah, I've attached a larger fan to it. But these are I would say these are good to start with, and they work on Linux, and they accept just about any feed you throw at them. Brand new, they're they might not even, I don't know if they sell them anymore. Brand new, I think they were over $100, but I got them for $30 each from eBay. And this, I think brand new, it might even be oh god, yeah, brand new, it's $900. I did not pay $900. I think I paid less than half of that for mine. Again, secondhand. So yeah, in fact, you can on Amazon even you can get it for less than half of $900 secondhand. So, and I got it from eBay, so probably even cheaper than that. So I recommend it. It's pretty good. Yeah, no real issue with it. If you wanted to capture 4K, it doesn't do 4K. It only goes up to 2K. It's slightly more than 1080. I think it's I don't know. It's 20 something by something. So yeah, but it works on Linux. It takes just about any signal you give it. Unlike the Blackmagic Deck Link, this is a more widely known card. but this thing does not. It has like kind of poor format support. It doesn't take like, yeah, I tried one of these and it sold for, no, I mean, I bought it for like, again, secondhand, not for its retail price, for like less than its retail. I don't know exactly what it costs. I guess I can find out. But it doesn't take like 480p. It can't take a 480p signal, which kind of sucks for a lot of the retro stuff that I do. So, so what I did was I ended up selling it, and I actually ended up selling it for more than I bought it for. So I made a profit off this. Feels good, man. What does it actually cost? Yeah, $545. Oh, okay. So I spent probably like, not half of this, probably somewhere around like 400. I think I sold it for like 450, so I didn't lose anything on this investment. Yeah, so this in theory works on Linux as well, but it just didn't take, like I even asked technical support, and they said like, no, it doesn't take 480p, and I'm just like, well, that's kind of shit, isn't it? Whereas, yeah, the Magewell takes, yeah, just about anything you throw at it, so that's fun. It does, yeah, 2048 by 2160, which is kind of random. That's like the vertical resolution of 4K, but only half-ish of the horizontal resolution. But I mean, you know, it's not like I stream in greater than 1080 anyway, so it's not really an issue. Blackmagic Amorphous Studio Origin video production. Yeah, I understand that. I still think it's kind of cringe that they don't support 480p. It's not like, I mean, I guess 480p was never really a broadcast standard, but still, I feel like if you can't like hook up like a PC to it and like get arbitrary resolutions, I think that's kind of shitty. I mean, maybe maybe it's just me who needs to do that, but I feel like you might, like, even in a broadcast environment, you might want to get like a feed from a computer, like at an arbitrary resolution. 4x3 4K? No, I don't think so. I think it's like well, a 4x3 would be it would be 2880. I think what it is so this is going back a couple years, but for a while they would kind of stuff, this actually is 4x3 1080. They would kind of, I think it was called like, yeah, HDV 1080. It would kind of stuff a 1920 by 1080 image into a 1440 by 1080 image. Yeah. And then you'd like stretch it out later on, and it would like save on bandwidth. And my guess is that, so there's, when we say 4K, and we're talking about 3840 by 2160, this is actually theoretically not 4K, it's Ultra HD. 4K is this, it's 4096 by 2160. In theory, I mean, we call it 4K now because like it's close enough, and everyone does it, so we had to adopt to that as 4K. But in theory, this wasn't originally the same thing as 4K. 4K was 4096 by 2160, and my guess is this is exactly half of the resolution of that. My guess is that's kind of what they were going for, but that's just a theory. Is not just like a 1:2 resolution if it's half the width of 4K but the height. Well, it's a half the resolution of this, but not half the resolution of this. There's a different, when we say 4K, there's kind of two different standards that we call 4K, is my point. Is it using FPGAs on this? I have no idea. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if these were like custom ASICs, but I don't know. HDMI capture, especially multiple, is so dang expensive. Yeah, I mean, I probably still spent about 400-ish on this, $100 per port. But I mean, that's kind of what you'd spend anyway. Like if you bought 4 capture cards at like $100, it comes out about the same, and most of them wouldn't support Linux as well as this does. So, you know, it's a business investment. This is my job, so that's how I can justify that kind of expense. But yeah, capture is always expensive. Wonder if a RetroTink would solve that issue, considering the output res is more standard. Yeah, probably. Like you could probably pair a RetroTink up to a deck link, and you'd probably get, like, as long as it got up to 1080p or something, or 720 or 1440 even, maybe. I don't know if this takes 1440, but the problem with my RetroTink is it's the 2X, which is just a line doubler, so it only turns either 240p or 480i into 480p. So, and the 480p is the one thing that this does not support, so that's why it caused a problem for me. But it all worked out in the end. Why don't you just point a camera at the screen? You know what? You're right. My bad. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Send a pic in the Discord. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'll come back to this later, because I'd like to move on, but I will certainly. I think this is going to be fixable. I think we can fix both the drive tray. Oh, you know what I really should do? I should probably get rid of the rubber band before it falls apart. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll do that. But I think this is going to be all fixable. I think we can fix that button. I think we can fix the drive. It's just a matter of like spending a little bit more time on it. Probably buying. I might buy a replacement button just because. Fuck that button. But yeah, we'll see. Without a doubt, that CDI can be fixed up. That's my feeling. Like, all of the issues on it are kind of simple mechanical problems that I think can be fairly, like, it's not, you know, it's not like one of the chips on the motherboard burned out or something that would, you know, that would be significantly more complicated. So yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the rubber band, and then we'll proceed. Okay, rubber band is out. I might even be able to put the old one back on. Oh, no, probably not. Probably do need to do it properly, because I need to take those gears off, I think. Oh yeah, I guess I could show you what I'm doing. You guys don't need to see, right? Okay. Oops. It's kind of fucked up a bit. Alright. Cool. Easy. If it turned out the laser was bad, you could find the CD mechanism that was used in this player on eBay, AliExpress, and on Amazon as well. Really? So it's standard. That's nice to know. Oops. Rubber band proved it wasn't a drive belt issue. I'd say yes, or I'd say at least most likely. I still might replace it with a better drive belt, just because, like, you know, just maintenance reasons. But Yeah, I think it's fairly unlikely that that is the problem. Oh, that's the main issue at least. Alright. And then we just gotta get the top back on. Check for a switch or sensor. I'm gonna do that next time because I'm kind of, like I said, I kind of want to move on and do something else. I'm getting ADHD about it. I'm getting bored. I don't know. I just, you know, I just take a break. I just want to take a break from it. Wish there were a HDMI capture device that would just accept any signal, SD and lower signal from the OSSC, so I could just feed in the analog signal through the OSSC in 1x mode and get a perfect capture. The Magewell might be able to do that. I've never tried like super low resolutions, but oops. Oh no. What a disaster. There's a hair in it as well. But yeah, in general, you're right that like most capture devices don't have the greatest support for like they can't capture they can't capture anything. I do think the Magewell is the closest I've seen to something that can, but I'm sure it's got its limitations. Oh yeah, maybe I should no, actually I can do that when it's assembled. I was gonna say I should put the drive bezel back on, but I can do that anytime really. We're at the 4-hour mark. Oh god. TTS Monster is not affected because TTS Monster is a completely different system. They're not linked in with each other. I'd like to do it because I'd like to be able to have both TTS Monster and Microsoft SAM on the same system, but yeah, right now it's not possible because TTS Monster only supports Stream Elements and Streamlabs officially. They do not support some shit that I threw together in JavaScript. But they are coming out with an API at some point. And they did say that like they have a place you can apply for like early access to the API, and I did try. I put in my form requesting access, and they did not reply. So there goes that. But one day I think they'll mashing the cables under the rear screw hole. No, I don't think so. I think it's all good. The capture card I have does support 240p. That's rare. I don't know if I've ever actually. The Elgato Game Capture HD did. A separate MS SAM reward would be difficult. Well, what I'd want ideally is I'd want people to be able to use either SAM or TTS Monster on things like subs and cheers and donations, right? Whereas currently, the only way to trigger TTS Monsters through the channel point redeem. That's not how I would want to set it up. I'd want it so that you could use either TTS in any usage of it, but currently that's not possible. But hey, when that API comes out, I don't see why not. I hate how my apartment is at an angle. Like, This looks like a meme that you'd see in a movie or something. Like, oh, I can't. Of course, it won't do it when I try. All right, that's all right. It's just literally, my apartment is literally at an angle. Anyway, whatever. The apartment, not the table? No, the whole apartment. Check it out. So, if I get the chair in a specific position, I will roll backwards. All right. So, just have to see. I have to find a location that it won't stick, and then I'll just kind of. All right, here I go. Sometimes it can be even worse than that. Sometimes I'll be like sitting up here at the table, and then there I go, just rolling backwards. So that one wasn't even so bad. Sometimes it can be worse. How do you think I feel? All my shit is upside down. Damn. It do be like that. Welcome in, Tingles. Also, bye, Matt. Goodbye, everyone. Yeah. So if as long as I just get it in the right position. The thing is, most of the time my chair will like kind of, it'll grip onto something on the floor, but yeah. If I'm in the wrong place, I will just start sliding backwards, and there's not much I can really do about it. My room is at an angle too. The downstairs is even worse. My god. Alright, let's get this back together. And then we're gonna work on some software. That's always fun. Made in America. I mean, I assume this apartment is old. Like, my assumption is that this is like an old apartment that's been spruced up to look a little bit more modern, and so that's why the floor is not even. Software makes me hard. One side of the washing machine has to be on a plank for it to be level and work. Oh god. Yeah, that's probably worse than mine. My biggest issue is that sometimes I'll just be sitting at my desk and I'll just start rolling backwards and I'll be like, oh, for God's sake. Hardware makes me soft. It's certainly not my specialty. I enjoy working with hardware, but like, I'm definitely more of a software guy. Damn it. Get that cable out of the way. Microsoft. Other rappers, they refer to me as soft. Yeah, Microsoft. I tune into stream every now and then, and every time I do, there's more stuff littering the shelves. I like to think it evolves. I like to think every time it's just different. What's this? Oh, that's just the camera. I was like, what's going on there? I did double up on these because I did double up on these because there's just, you know, there was just too much stuff on the floor. But yeah, there's another shelf on the shelves. Yeah, I mean, that used to be the table. These are both just desks. They're both you know, just tables. That used to be the table that my TV was on, but then I got a proper entertainment stand for my TV. So I was just like, well, you know, take advantage of the vertical space, right? I'm Matt KC, and you're watching Matt KC Live. Perfect, right? Okay. They didn't do it right either. That is true. I mean, it is genuinely not easy. Like, it's kind of impossible, you know? There's no... What are you supposed to do? Anyway. Alrighty then. Let's turn this all off. Put this all away. I'll unplug it. Put that away. Put that away. Put this away. Put this away. Put this away. Goes in there. Put this away and this away. Put this away. Put these away. This lens cap needs to go on the camera. Oh, these need to go away. This I'll just move over here. The iBook power adapter, I'll just put it with the iBook. Alright, we're good. Put chat away. True. What did chat ever do for me? Alright, so slot that in. My microphone. Okay. Throw us in the garbage. That reminds me of that 8-bit guy YouTube poop where Techmoan keeps sending him stuff, and he's just like, well, now I have to throw that stuff in the garbage. It's funnier if you actually watch the YouTube poop, but it's a good video. It's so good that even 8-bit guy, who's not into YouTube poops, said it was good. Okay. Alright. I remember that. It's a good one, yeah. I wonder if I could ever convince CS188, because I know he watches 8-bit guy. And I know he's made a YouTube poop of me. I wonder if I could ever convince him to make one of 8-bit guy. Thing is, maybe he might feel like 8-bit guy wouldn't appreciate it, so he'd be like, oh, I don't want to piss him off, which is fair enough. What Godot shenanigans are we partaking in? That's a good question. I have made the... Oh, hang on. Do I have... Oh, that's not right at all. I have started making software in Godot, and I'm no expert in Godot, but I'm going to continue attempting to make software in Godot. As soon as I get this up and running, you'll see what I mean. Yes! That should be right. Oh. Really? Oh no. You can't see what's happening right now, but hang on. Gajau. That's right, isn't it? I thought that was right. Oh well. So, the unfortunate conclusion I've come to is, because I do all my on-stream work in a virtual machine, and I'm trying to restart my virtual machine right now, and currently, I may have to restart my host computer in order to actually be able to start the virtual machine again, because I had it up before. You guys saw it, but maybe there's a way to do this otherwise. Hang on. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try this real quick. If my entire system breaks, then I guess you'll know why. All right. Oops. All right. So far, so good. Nothing is broken yet. Okay. Nope. Oh, hang on. Wait, we might have actually made some progress there. I don't know about this. God. Damn. Alright, yeah, maybe not. I can probably do this without. Accidentally bricks OS. Virtual machines are great to lay. So I don't know exactly how this happened, but I think it's because I was fucking around with my graphics cards for a while. I had like, when I was I spent like an evening exploring brute forcing, and so temporarily I put a third GPU in my computer, and then I like switched them around a little bit, and then it ended up creating a virtual machine that wouldn't somehow something that I did, or maybe it's because I was trying to pass my Intel GPU through at some point. Something at some point created a VM that just like didn't work, and I managed to make a new VM that did, and then I accidentally started the one that's broken, and that seems to have like fucked with my secondary GPU to the point where now my VM that works won't boot with it. And I know that if I just restart my computer, like it'll be work fine. It's just that restarting is such a pain. You cannot tell me that Godot isn't pronounced in the way that reminds with robot, because the logo is a robot. I simply do not believe. Yeah, I mean, I could believe it. Like Gal Gadot's name is not actually Gal Gadot, because it's not a French name; it's an Israeli name. So it's good. It's supposed to be Gal Gadot. So you know, I might be making the same mistake here. Maybe it is Godot. I also don't know why. Hang on, I'm gonna do a little bit of troubleshooting. I thought she was the mascot for the engine. I mean, she should be. Gal Gadot built a game engine. True! It was all her. Alright, here we go. So I just need to... I'm trying a backup plan. If this backup plan works, then we will not have to restart at all. Gotten an error that I did not expect at all. Yeah, who cares about any of that? Or any of this. Whatever this is, who cares? Pfft, I'm not interested. Oh. I might need that, actually. Okay, hang on. I need to check some logs. Yeah, here we go. And at a certain point, there probably will just be like a point where it's not worth like fucking around, and I should just restart. Huh. Don't you love it when you see a log of shit, and it just doesn't have an error message in it? Like you need to find an error message because you need to fix. There's something wrong, and you know there's something wrong, and you know that if you just knew what it was, you'd probably be able to fix it. But then you check the log and there's just no error at all. Oh, wait. I'm actually, you know what I'm doing? I'm just playing silly buggers. Yeah. I think I know what's wrong. I think we're gonna be okay. All right. Anyway, let me catch up on chat. Errors in my chocolate logs. True. Oh yeah, we did look at the CDI. The CDI, for anyone who missed it, is will power on, but only if you hold in the power button. It doesn't stay in like it's supposed to. So that might need to be replaced. Might even, but maybe we can get away with like cleaning it, but I could imagine it might need to be replaced. The other issue is the drive tray closes, but it doesn't seem to know that it's closed, so then it just comes right back out for whatever reason. We didn't actually figure out the answers to either of those, because halfway through I got interrupted by the fact that it suddenly stopped working. It just broke out of nowhere, even though I hadn't done anything. I'd really just like, I'd taken it apart and I'd looked at it, and then it broke. But as it turns out, on the back it's got an NTSC PAL switch. It can actually do both, which is kind of nifty. But the switch, for whatever reason, can be kind of toggled into the middle between NTSC and PAL, which I guess is a dimension that us humans cannot even comprehend, because that was what was breaking the CDI the whole time. As soon as I nudged it into, a little bit more towards the NTSC or the PAL direction, suddenly it worked. It's probably because all of the spaghetti. That's what I'm saying. So basically it wasn't broken at all. There was just like, probably at some point while I was like fiddling around with it, that switch just got like, just pushed in a little bit, like into the middle. So after I figured that out, I was kind of tired and I didn't want to do much more. But I mean, we tried a couple things. Like we tried replacing the drive tray belts, which didn't do anything. And that's about it. So that's what happened with the CDI. The middle position is the ATL setting for the Secret Society of Atlantis to use. That's a good point. I hope they're doing alright. Let's see if that worked at all. No. Oh, that's okay, you know? Now that I remember what's actually happening here, I can just, yeah. It's probably because of this, is my guess. No. Weird. Very strange. Well, never mind then. Let's see if this might still work. So my backup plan is we're just going to use the VM with like software, a software GPU. I don't know if this will work with Gal Gadot, but you know, I'll try it. Okay. I mean, it's kind of funny that we're going to be doing like, going to be using a game engine with a software GPU, but it was not by my hand that I was once again given the QXL graphics card. Actually, I don't even know if it's that. All right, so here we are. 3D-less. We're not making GTA 6. Hopefully, I just don't know if it'll work at all. Oh, yeah. That's weird. I don't know why that's happening. Okay, so how far did I get with this? Oh no. Okay, it's getting there. Why aren't we making GTA 6? You know? True. Okay, so here's what I'm making. It's a video editor. Yeah, okay, and it does render. It's probably a bit slow, but it does render. So yeah. So I've made the, this is a kind of an alternate approach to my Olive editor idea. And so far, I mean, there's a lot of promise. I have a bunch of test buttons here, and to test whether the node architecture actually works. And so far, I think the node architecture is pretty much like good to go. I think it's pretty much got everything that current Olive has, plus all the things that I wanted it to do. I think it's pretty much all there now, which is nice. I just have to like get the more video editing sides of it working. Yeah, we can even update the texture on demand, but currently it just works off kind of like a timer. It doesn't actually do much of anything. The real important part, ironically, is the part that you can't even see really. It's when I click this button, the fact that it responds with a 40 is good. That's an important thing. What it's actually doing is it's actually creating a bunch of math nodes and connecting them together and then retrieving the value. So it's saying 2 plus 2 equals 4, times 5 equals 20, 800 divided by 20 is 40. So there's a fair bit going on here, but all you can see is that it's outputting 40. Additionally, the vector swizzle test. This tests our ability to within the node graph. It's yeah, here. So we kind of create a couple of math nodes, and we connect them together, and we swizzle them so that, like, you know, the certain values will go into certain, like, if this was an RGB texture, you could like put the R from one texture in here, the B from another texture in here, or swap the B and the G and things like that. And so the fact that this prints 41014 is good. So yeah, so the node system, which is kind of the big beast of Olive, seems to be all pretty good already in C#. And part of that I kind of expected, because a lot of the stuff that I was writing for Olive was stuff that C# does by default. So by just writing it in C#, I've probably just like cut my workload in half, or maybe even less. So now we just kind of have to get it, we just have to turn it into a video editor, right? And we have to make it so that like this Node UI works, so you can actually composite stuff, you can actually hook this stuff up and it will actually work. Currently, this UI doesn't actually do much of anything. These are actually actual nodes. So what's also nice about doing nodes in C# is basically they can the nodes in the app can correspond directly to the code in C#. For instance, the solid node, color input and value, is this, a color input. It's just a regular member of the C# class, and the value is just a function. And basically any function that matches this signature can be an output, and any input will show up as an input. So it makes it really easy to write these things now. At least that's the idea. So, yeah, so that's what we're going with. Is this reusing the visual shader infrastructure, or is it all custom? The shaders, I mean, I'm not doing anything. I haven't really gotten into the shader stuff yet. This is using whatever Godot uses. Godot. That's one of the things I'm gonna have to figure out. Even I could do that. True. Yeah, like that's the thing, is we were doing in previous Olive, I was having to write so much boilerplate code just to kind of simulate a higher level programming language. Whereas, you know, if we're just using C#, just using a higher level programming language, we can just do the shit. You know, we don't have to do nearly as much ourselves. Is Node a Godot engine class? No, this is my class. This does get a little bit confusing because Olive has nodes, but Godot also has nodes. Yeah, and they're not the same thing. My nodes are different from their nodes, so yeah. Couldn't help but notice you're using 3 instead of 4. Yes, for the time being, because what I read was essentially if you're doing like 2D stuff, 3 is a little bit, I don't know if it's more mature, but like 4 is a little bit less nice for those things. And things like this dockable, so like, you know, I'm gonna wait for it to load. This dockable thing is already like better than the stuff that comes with Qt by default. I got something that worked pretty well in Qt by using a library, but like this, I think they've got like, they might have a version for 4 now, but like it was better in 3, or at least it was easier to get running in 3. You know, maybe one day we'll go up to 4, but what I kind of heard was that like, if you're making like a 2D thing, you probably want to stick with 3 and then maybe just upgrade to 5 later on. Might want to differentiate. Yeah, we'll figure that out at some point. It'd definitely be intriguing to only build a foundation, make it very hackable to hopefully get more contributions. That is the idea, is that, you know, not just make it, you know, simple to use, but also make it really simple to extend. Like, if anyone can write their own nodes, then no one has to wait for me to write an effect, or me to write like a motion tracker or a stabilizer or anything like that, or an encoder or a decoder, or a script, like an automation or anything like that. No one has to wait for me to do any of that stuff, because the idea behind new Olive, or this approach to Olive, is that people can just kind of add stuff to it. And even if you're not a programmer, the idea is to make it easy to share this stuff. So like, if someone wrote a really good, like maybe someone writes a good hardware decoder that's not me, and then, you know, you just make it into a plugin and people can get it. That's kind of the idea. Now Matt doesn't need to look at PRs. I mean, I might still have to review submissions to like the if we did have like a plugin store or a library, like an asset library, you'd probably still have to review submissions because you need to see if they were like deleting System32. But it's a lot different to merging something into the master code base. Like, it doesn't, you know, for lack of a better word, it doesn't have to meet a certain quality standard. You know, they can kind of just do whatever they want if you know, they can design the UI however they want to design it. It doesn't have to kind of fit with the design language that I've built for Olive. Things like that. It just makes things a lot. It's the idea is it kind of all just reduces the maintenance cost and the development cost. Why specifically not you? I feel like you might not have understood what I was saying. Because Olive doesn't make enough money for it. Yeah, because I am the developer of Olive, and if I'm the only one like making like code contributions, then people have to wait for me to add stuff. If you can actually use the things you can create in Godot, that would also be a major win. Yeah, maybe. NASA can make their own add-ons. That's what I'm saying. Anyway. GNU Radio, I have not heard of that. NASA licensing. I feel like I'm sure that NASA email was just like I'm sure it was just a courtesy. I doubt that, like, they probably just send that to anything they've even briefly considered, you know what I mean? Okay, so I guess the goal of today is we're gonna make, can this test thing be tested by others already to find potentially big platform issues early? I mean, there's really not a lot, not yet, but there's really not a lot going on here. The code base is so small right now. Most of what you're seeing is like Godot stuff. Like this node graph is entirely Godot. This list is entirely Godot. The docking stuff, I mean, that's a plugin, but it's not mine. Like, it will be open source soon, but like, there's so little here to look at right now. That, yeah, I haven't bothered publishing it or documenting or anything like that yet. Means they did consider Olive. I mean, it's a fair point. So what I do think is we're definitely at least going to be in. I thought about this a lot because one of the big things Olive was going for was end-to-end color management. I've wondered if like that was too much work for us. And what I've kind of concluded is we definitely still need color management, which probably means we need GLES 3. That way we get 3D textures and floating point textures. Those are important. But yeah, other than that, I think we're all like pretty much good to go. So basically, I think the goal of this stream, or the thing I want to do today, I guess what I should do is just which Olive are you talking about? Olive, my open source video editor. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So I think what I want to do today is I just want to get this node UI working. So currently we've got kind of these 4 nodes just sitting here. And this is just kind of UI at the moment. It doesn't really do anything. That's nifty. We didn't have anything quite that nifty in Olive Point 2. So yeah, what I want to do today is just work out the this node UI, so that we can effectively connect the nodes together and receive a result. Godot 4 has a 2D HDR mode which does the blending in linear space. That could be useful. I mean, that's what we were doing in Olive 0.2. So yeah, maybe at some point I'll upgrade to 4, or I'll or you know, we can always just implement that stuff manually like we did with Olive. But of course, you know, the goal is to do that less, you know, to rely on other things more. But That's a later thing for now. For now, I want to connect. I want to be able to, so there are these like test buttons that return a 40. I want to be able to now assemble that in the UI and get a 40 out of it. What if nodes held hands? Logo looks the same, and the Wikipedia mentions it too. That's me. I am Olive, the Olive developer. Does Olive really have a Wikipedia page now?
Have you had a chance to play with GoZen yet? I think that a lot of code could be shared rather than reinventing the wheel.
We talked, me and the developer. I feel generally we have a fairly we have a fairly different approach or a fairly different idea. But I mean, sure, anything that we can share, I'd be open to sharing. But like, yeah, this is nifty. Who wrote all this stuff? 6 years ago. I hate that. Oh, it's even been updated pretty recently. How are you familiar with Godot? I mean, I'm not really. Like, this... I've been learning Godot by doing this, you know what I mean? This goes in unmanaged and layered. I don't... I'm not aware of GoZen being... Well, no. Maybe I should ask exactly what his plans are. But my understanding was he wasn't using he wasn't planning on using C# at all, which is kind of like, I wanted to use C# before I even wanted to use Godot. It's kind of crucial to my plan. Not that doesn't mean we can't share things. It's just my the sense that I got was that we had a fairly we have similar like ambitions, but kind of different approaches, which is not like, it's not saying one is better or one is worse. I'm just saying that I have a fairly specific vision in mind. It is either outdated or not 100% accurate. It says 0.2 hasn't been released and you don't show up on the page. Technically 0.2 hasn't been released. It never became stable. It was only available as like alpha builds. And I mean, I don't have a Wikipedia page. Like, Wikipedia doesn't know who I am. They know who Olive is, but they don't know who I am. I don't know if I'm notable enough for a Wikipedia page yet. There's an appeal to GDScript for everything, makes it more hackable, but it's a bit slower and has less language features. Is there anything in C# specifically that you plan on using? I definitely wanted this, like this ability to, like, just write a node in code and it gets immediately visually represented. I also think there's a good chance, I don't know if this is possible in GDScript, but there's a good chance we'll be using stuff like SSE instructions for, like, that's what we do in Olive 0.2, we use SSE instructions for waveform calculations. There's a good chance we'll probably want to do that. There's also, I mean, I feel like, this might be just a feeling, I feel C# is probably, probably more people are familiar with it. Not that, you know, people can't learn, like, GDScript and stuff, but it feels like it's a better, like, horse to bet on, I suppose. A name will show up even without the person having, like, I think, I mean, to be fair, I think I've only ever called it, like, Olive Team. I don't think I've ever been like, Olive by Matt KC. Because Matt KC, like, I was a YouTuber back then, but I was not, I had like 100 subscribers. Like, I'd made a lot of videos. Not to say I wasn't trying to be a YouTuber, I just, no one knew who I was back then. Audio in particular, it might be best to stick to C++ and write an extension, like a waveform service that runs asynchronously. Yeah, I mean, it's something to consider. But but we can also call like we can call SSE stuff from C#, and that might be good enough. It's specifically not done that on purpose. Not many people are aware of the connection. Yeah, pretty much. I never wanted to be like my plan was always I would make a video about Olive when it was done, but I very purposely didn't like point a lot of attention to it while it was still in development, because it was still in development, you know. Okay, anyway. So... So let's see if, now that we actually have connecting functions, let's see if because there's like, oh, it does connect here, apparently. Interesting. So I have to refamiliarize myself with this, because I haven't looked at this for a couple weeks. May have helped get a few more people trying to contribute if you did. I mean, it always was a double-edged sword. Like, yeah, we might get more contributions, we might get more feedback, we might get more money on Patreon, but we might also get a lot more, you know, too many issues for us to be able to read, too many bug reports and crash reports for us to be able to, you know, reasonably read. You know, there were always like potential pros, but there are also always potential cons, and I felt especially early on that reputation would be kind of important, because if this thing got a reputation early on for being like bad and unusable, that could have impact like for years, you know. Whereas if we just hold off until it's like pretty usable and then start talking about it, then that might be better for it. That was at least the thinking at the time. You know, maybe it's, you know, whether it's true or not, you never know. But yeah, you know, it's marketing and PR and things like that are not like not necessarily an exact science, but that was the thinking. Also, let's be honest, the FOSS crowd is pretty insufferable at times. True. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, compared to like commercial software, I think the ratio of like people requesting support or like giving you, or like, for lack of a better word, making demands of you versus the amount of resources you have, the ratio is much higher in FOSS than it is in commercial software. Oftentimes people are harsher on like free software than they are on software that you have to pay for, because like people give Blender all sorts of shit, for instance. Anyway, even the limited exposure we met some characters, that's kind of true. The movie mode found in Godot editor is interesting. I think it basically has the code that should let you render scenes for export, waiting until everything is rendered at full quality. Interesting. I'll definitely have to look into that. But yeah, like, yeah. I've seen some OSS devs quit because of entitled arseholes. Yeah, I mean, I get the feeling that this is probably a hot take, this is probably controversial. I think open source is almost always good for developers. I think it is debatably good, perhaps even not good for developers. I think, because like the obvious thing is like, well, if it's open source, then, you know, other people can contribute. A lot of the time, like that makes a lot of sense in theory. A lot of the time in practice, I've gotten a lot of like, I know this happens in a lot of projects. It's quite common that you'll get like a pull request or you'll get a contribution that it does something that you want. It does something good, but they've done it in a way that's like, for you to correct it would take just as much, if not time, not more time than it would have to just make it yourself to begin with. Like, having the ability for anyone to be able to contribute is also kind of a double-edged sword. Like, if you have a team of people that are all like equally qualified, that can be pretty good. Contributions from anywhere can be good, but they're not always good. And yeah, you got a lot of there are a lot of like challenges as a developer that come from something being open source. Like, it is basically impossible to profit off software open source. Like, in theory, the GPL allows you to charge for your software. However, you also have to make the source code available, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but there's nothing in the GPL that stops someone else from buying your software, taking the source code, and then like re-releasing it themselves. At least I'm pretty sure, when I read the GPL, I didn't see anything in there that stopped people from doing that. I don't think, maybe someone will correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any protection from saying like the whole idea is that you have to make the source available. I don't think there's any protection from being like, you can only give the source to people who pay you for it. So yeah, and like the flip side is if someone else tries to profit off your software, that it's almost impossible for someone else to profit off your open source software, and that's generally a good thing. But I can make an Olive with Hannah Montana skin and resell it. Yeah, the thing is, if you wanted to take free software like Olive is, and then mess around with it and then re-release it paid, like charge money for it, you too would have to make the source code available, and therefore then someone else could just take that. Yeah. GPL explicitly allows everyone to sell the software as long as the source code is provided free of charge with it. Yeah, that's what I said. But it doesn't necessarily protect, from what I understand, from what I read, it doesn't protect someone from then just redistributing the code after they've bought it from you. Like, there's no anti-piracy clause in it. My understanding is there's no protections against it if it's just considered a dick move and entirely rides on the honor system. Yeah, which is like cool if assuming everyone is honorable. But yeah, so it's almost impossible to profit off software that's GPL or open source, and it's almost impossible, and by way of human nature, people don't tend to give money to things they like because they can. They tend to give money to things because they have to. For example, how many millionaire streamers do you think have donated to OBS? So kind of as a open source is like it's also going to be a hot take. Open source is kind of like the communism of software, in the sense that it assumes that everyone will help each other, and it assumes that it kind of assumes a moneyless society where people can develop software and their needs will be met. And a lot of this doesn't tend to happen in real life. Didn't a lot of people get mad at Red Hat for locking their source code behind a paywall, which was technically allowed on the GPL? I remember that. Yeah, I mean, people get mad for sure, but they're allowed to do it. GIMP gets a lot of shit too. Saw on Twitter a few days ago, Photoshop is better. Like, yeah, I would sure hope it is if it's a few $100s more expensive. Yeah, that's the thing. That's also the thing. It's like, people kind of compare commercial software and open source software like they have the same resources. Because to you, the user, it's a very abstract thing for the user, I think, because, you know, if you give, first of all, a lot of young people especially pirate stuff. So like, you know, I know for a fact that a lot of people who downloaded Olive just wanted a free editor, and they probably would have been happier by pirating Premiere or Vegas or whatever. And from a user perspective, it can get kind of abstract because, you know, let's say you fork over, you know, $100. 100 might be too much. Let's say you fork over $60 to buy a commercial program, and then you get, you know, probably something that's pretty high quality. But if you fork over $60 to an open source product, well, it's not going to magically be good just because you gave them $60, right? Because, you know, you were probably one of the only people to give them $60, whereas if the commercial software, everyone gave them $60, so they have much more money to work with. But from you, the user's perspective, it didn't change for you. You still gave someone $60, and one gives you, you know, a lot of, one gives you the quality of something that with $1 million budget, and the other doesn't. So where is your $60 better spent, right? Open source is something that only matters to people who work on it or otherwise are connected to development in some capacity. Apple users tend to not fall into that category. That is true. Yeah. And that was an issue. Honestly, that's a problem we had with Olive the whole time, because we were kind of aiming it towards like professionals, like people who would do like real work, people who would do like independent filmmaking and stuff with it. But the problem is, by and large, those people don't care about open source. In fact, by and large, those people have the money to spend on a tool that will just get the job done right the first time, and that's what they need. They need something that will get the job done. They don't need to invest in some unproven thing that might work out at some point. Yo, VBob, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
I just remembered that I need to deprive Jeff Bezos from $2.50.
True. I love depriving Jeff Bezos.
I just remembered that I need to deprive Jeff Bezos
the second
from
time.
$2.50.
True. Yeah, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Gmail sucks. Something like CCBY&C is probably better, ensuring the code can be free and society benefits from it while disallowing commercialization, but that's also not ideal. And we should be able to profit from it as long as they share a reasonable bit of the revenue. Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's the same problem we've talked about with the internet, as far as like the internet has a monetization problem. Like most like websites, you know, most websites have to rely on ad revenue. A lot of us use ad blockers because ads pretty obnoxious. So then websites have to show more ads to compensate for the fact that a lot of people are using ad blockers, and the ad blockers have to get more aggressive. And then basically at the end of the day, nobody's happy. And it all kind of comes down to like, things should be freely available in kind of a communistic viewpoint. It's objectively a good thing that the information on the internet is freely available to people, you know, whether they're in LA or they're in Uganda, you know, and the software is freely available. That's objectively a good thing. But website maintainers and developers gotta eat some point, you know, so yeah, it's kind of it's a difficult problem. Almost everywhere, sure. Just got back to a communistic viewpoint as object. No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's a very like, it's a very communist way of looking at the world. Money in it, yeah. And I think part of I really think, I think probably the biggest problem with the internet is, well, okay, I think things would probably be fine if people, like I said, I think it's objectively good that people have free access to this information. I think that's a good thing. I think that shouldn't stop. But like I said, it's kind of human nature that we don't really spend money on things unless we have to. We don't spend money on things because we can. And that means that, you know, even no matter how wealthy people are, you know, the wealthy people are paying just as much for access to a website as people who are not wealthy. And, you know, that's great for the not wealthy people, but it's kind of, you know, where the bandwidth's got to come from somewhere at some point. And ideally, it would be nice if the people who can pay subsidize the people who can't pay. But that's generally not what happens. I haven't really been able to find a good free and open source DAW, which makes me sad, but not surprising considering how difficult it is to develop and hard to monetize. Sure, I get that. Yeah, I mean, I use Reaper, which is, it works quite well on Linux, but no, it isn't open source. With Olive NG, there might be additional source of income, like an asset store with that. Yeah, I've thought about that, that like if there is an asset store and someone, like, we could have people sell plugins and maybe we'll skim like, you know, a little bit off the top and that'll be a profit margin, maybe. Idea if possible, an ad block that uses double the system resources and shows one page with no ads, but also loads a page if it doesn't show with double the ads for that site, so the site gets its ad revenue and the user doesn't see the ads. No idea how that would work though. Yeah, I think the problem is if any advertisers realize that they're paying for ads to not be shown, they're going to pull the plug on that immediately. Like, you know, there's all these people with very conflicting interests. You know, the advertisers are paying to have their ad shown. The website doesn't necessarily care that the ad is shown, but they want the money from showing the ad. Like, they're not invested in the viewer seeing the ad like the advertiser is, but they do want the ad revenue from seeing it. And then the viewer doesn't want to see any ad at all, and generally couldn't care less about whether the website gets revenue or not. So there's very, you know, there are kind of three different parties all pulling in different directions, and that's why it, you know, it becomes this cat and mouse thing. The biggest problem was all the Silicon Valley companies doing their 10+ year money sinks running at a loss and to make stuff free an entire generation expects it now. I think I could believe that. I could probably go with that. Like, so many of the sites that we use today that are free, and we've all become accustomed to things being free, they've just been like, they've been making a loss. They've been running at a loss, you know, for the last 10 years. And it's only viable because they've got this pyramid scheme of like, they keep just getting, you know, our audience keeps getting bigger, so, you know, give us more money, we'll make it profitable soon. They keep getting more money to, like, you know, eventually the bubble's gonna collapse and burst. I mean, you could argue it already has. App stores are one of the most profitable businesses to have, but not sure how big the market is for video assets in particular. Yeah, I don't know either. I do think a freemium-ish model is not bad. Like in theory, Discord Nitro is not a bad idea. It's just, it's hard to figure out what functionality you make exclusive, what functionality you don't. Yo, 8 months?
Twitch saw the irony in my comment.
Did
Twitch
they?
saw the irony in my comment.
Did you get served an ad? Oh yeah, you're getting served. The ads are running right now. I just noticed that. All right. Anyway, back to this. Where was I again? I'm gonna go ahead and make a new node. I'm gonna make something that for testing. New script. C#. It's gonna be a console node, I think. I don't know what else to call it. I just want something that'll like print to the console, basically. I wish all of great success. I would love to use instead of Final Cut. Hey, thanks. I hope to, because I've been editing, like, basically for the last month or so, I've been editing pretty much every day in my, Adobe Premiere on Wine on Linux. And it works. Like, I'm getting the work done. But I do kind of wish, I do still kind of wish that I had something that worked a little bit nicer for me, and on Linux especially. Make it so that every time you click a tool in Timeline, it plays entirely of the "You're in my garage" ad. True, that would be profitable. Waiting before putting it out there. It's not available yet, but it will be at some point. Okay, console. Alright, so I'm gonna put this in. What do we need? Namespace Olive, I think. Or is it? It's Olive with a capital O. I'm having to remember how I was writing this code because I've forgotten. Alright, and all of this is completely unnecessary. So, input. How does this work again? It's, put type of object because we do not care. I think that's viable, yeah. And then input. Basically, I just want something that will print something. I just want something that will print the value to the console, essentially. I wonder if, I guess I could add something here now. Just say like, I don't know if this is valid C# to do this, but to say like, oh wait, this is the input, actually. Yeah, okay, I think I know. I think I'll do it that way. So I'm gonna add a virtual. It can be private, I'll try to make it private. On connect, input. And by default it'll be empty. On disconnect, and I'll have it so that, yeah, when this happens, I'll say if, actually, I probably don't need to, I may as well. If, what did I call it? It's, how do I get to the parent from here? Maybe I can't. I actually don't know if I'm allowed to. I love when people think this is actually Windows 7 since you can see console in the taskbar. Yeah, I mean, it's, when you look closely, it's pretty obvious, but yeah. I keep saying this, that I'm probably going to turn the Windows 7 theme off at some point. I know it's fun and like hilarious, but and it's a good catfish for people. It's a good debate, but I also I miss how my setup worked before. Yeah. Namespace Olive is fine. I think you're probably right, unless this is an old version of .NET. You're probably correct. I've done it in all of these though, so I might just keep doing it for consistency. Or I might, at some point, I might have to change all of them. Theme Windows 7 to look like KDE. True. If you return the VM to a usable state. I did have people who were like, no, don't do it. Because, like I said, it is a good debate, but yeah, but it should be like, I would prefer it to be back to the way it was at some point. At least it is a VM and it's not a, like, it would be so much more annoying if this was my host system. Switch to XP. I mean, if my GPU, my secondary GPU is working right now, I could boot up Windows 7, like actual Windows 7 right now, with a real GPU. What I'm curious about is, okay, if there's a C# expert in chat, what runs first? It must be this equals new runs before the constructor, right? That must be the way it works. Godot Editor has a hard requirement for GLES3. I mean, they say it's like a game project, and for games you can use the Compat renderer, which works on older and lower end devices. It'd be nice if 11G could also work with GLES2. It could, except the color management would suffer on GLES2. Initializes, then it compiles down to the same function. Okay, that's what I thought. However, what runs first? This initializer or the base classes constructor? Does the initializer still run first before the base classes constructor? Base class happens first. Okay. All the shit that gets smunged into the constructor starting with initializers, yeah. I've written C# in XSLT before, which may have summoned the Antichrist. Wait, I've seen this term before. Oh dear. Oh, I see. Okay. Alright, good to know. I'll look this up just because it'll probably be quicker. Though I guess I'll ask just in case that it's not quicker. Can a C# object, can this input get a reference to the parent class, or the class that it's a part of, or the object that it's a part of specifically? Base class initializers, base class constructors, class, yeah, that makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out what my best path is, so if this input wanted to access this, past this, but like, do you mean to the constructor? Is there a way to do it without actually giving it the reference? Is there a way for the class to actually just know in C# that it's a nested class, not having a superclass? I don't know what you mean. Not directly? Okay. I mean, it's not a problem. It's just, I'm trying to, I want to, you'd have to pass it through. Yeah, it's not a real problem. I just want, my goal is to make writing Olive nodes as simple as possible. So like, the less boilerplate code, the better. But I mean, if something like that is necessary, it's not the end of the world. Unless, like, I mean, it's kind of a hacky way to do it, but like, you could have a, because I have, yeah, you can like iterate through the members or the fields. Maybe there's like, I could make sure that a function gets called that iterates through all the inputs and like adds, like sets the this to the node. That might be a little hacky though. Okay, so you're good with us just asking the trouble, don't complicate things, just pass it down. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Unless I don't, maybe I can get away with not needing a reference to the node at all. I mean, that would be ideal. It's just, I guess here's a maybe there is. So basically, what I'm trying to do is, so this is a connect on the input. So there's like node, and then inside the node is input fields. So what I'm curious is maybe, so what I want is when this connect function gets called, I essentially want node to be told, like, you know, something was connected. Is there a way to like emit a signal that the node can catch? Like, this is essentially what I'd be going for, like, just for the node to know that, like, something had been connected to this. Look up C# events. All right. Still better than what browsers do if you use inline JavaScript for event handling. You specifically have to use the string event to properly get a reference to the event object. Huh. I think Godot has specific handling for signals. You're probably after events. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I want to, like, if possible, I want the node system to kind of be a little separate from Godot, because I like the idea that it could be used in, it would be abstracted, and like maybe you could use Olive's node system in other things. Events enable a class or object to notify other class or objects when something of interest occurs. I like the wording of something of interest. The class that sends the event is called the publisher, and the class that receives it are called subscribers. In a typical C# or Windows Forms or web application, is subscribed to events handled by controls such as buttons and list boxes. You can use the Visual C# integrated development environment to browse the events that are controlled publishers and select the ones that you want to handle. Okay. Yeah, how to subscribe to and unsubscribe from events. Okay. If you cannot see the properties window in design view, yeah. Click the Visual C# creates an event, the event handler method, and adds it to your code. Alternatively, you can add, yeah, okay. Event handler, okay. So we would create some kind of like event handler. Okay. The document is a bit old. Oof. Seems very Windows Form oriented. It's definitely like Visual Studio oriented. Yeah. This is quite simple. Alright, let's take a look. Oh, okay. An event is a message sent by an object to signal the occurrence of an action. The action can be caused by user interaction, such as a button click, or it can result from some other program logic, such as changing a property's value. The object that raises the event is called the event sender. It's not called a publisher anymore? Excuse me. The event sender doesn't know what object or method will receive the event it raises. Okay. So that's kind of good. That's kind of what we're looking for. In that it doesn't need a reference back to the node. The event is typically a member of the event sender. For example, the click event is a member of the button class, and the property changed event is a member of the class that implements the property change interface. To define an event, you use the C# event or the Visual Basic event keyword in the signature event class and specify the type of delegate for the event. Delegates described in the next section. Okay. Typically, to raise an event, you add a method that is marked as protected or virtual and virtual. Name this method on event name. Okay, so I guess what I would want here is go to the node. It's all pseudocode that won't compile anyway. So yeah, so I had the okay. So it's I want I was kind of in the right going for the right thing. So protected virtual void on. I guess I'll call it input connect. I've done this before. That's how simple. Damn. Okay. Alright, so... Okay, you add a method that's protected in virtual. Name this on event name, for example, on data received. The method should take one parameter that specifies an event data object. Okay. Which is an object of type event args or derived type. Okay, so I guess I'd call it like, for now, because I could derive this. Event args, okay. No need event args specifically. I read that as like, you need event args, but you could derive something else from it. It's also generic. Ah. Put event. Oh, interesting. I guess but I might want to. I might want to just derive it. That might be the easier thing to do. I'll ever put on something like Steam or have some kind of built-in update thing. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. I mean, it was on the enormous to-do list for Olive 0.2, but like, you know, it just was never a priority. Like, there were always so many other things to do. It's good practice in case you need to extend something, sure. Add more data. Yeah, because I might want to pass it like 2 things up, so I might just be like input connection event args, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. This feels wrong. But do you yell at me if I'm saying gosh? That's okay. No, don't worry. It's helpful. Like I might want to at least pass those 2 things. That's probably like really cringy to name the property after the class. Oh yeah. Any game experience with Game Maker 2? Not Game Maker 2. When I was like a young kid, I used a lot of Game Maker 5. But like this is kind of like, not to be disparaging to Game Maker 5, but this is kind of like, this is like kid stuff, you know? This was something I did before I knew how to write like actual code. And you can make like, I guess modern Game Maker that was what Undertale was made in, but this I feel like was pretty like super basic stuff. Other than that, yeah, Unity 4. I've made a bunch of games in Unity 4 and 5, and I kind of fell off it after that. A DS Game Maker, that's interesting. Okay, so input connection event args. Okay. This method should take one parameter. Okay, done. We provide this method to enable derived classes to override the logic for raising the event. That is what I want. Derived class should always call the onEvent name method of the base class to ensure the registered delegates receive the event. Gotcha. The following example shows how to declare an example. Yeah, okay. Event on threshold reached. The event is associated with the event handed delegate and raised in a method named on threshold reached. Modern Game Maker is pretty good compared to this old one. Yeah, probably. Like, yeah, that the old Game Maker, that was like 2004. Like, yeah, that was just, like I said, it's kind of like, not to be rude, but it is just kind of kid stuff. It was good for kids like me. I was a kid when I used to. Oh yeah, and PowerPoint. I did make a bunch of games in PowerPoint. Quite a bit of event, action, object, and some code I'm working on to propagate a call. Never even knew about event args. Interesting. This is all new to me. type that holds reference to a method. Yeah, I've used delegates. I'm using those in here, like up here. Type that holds a reference to a method. A delegate is declared with a signature that shows the return type parameters. Sure, and it can hold references only to methods that match its signature. A delegate is thus equivalent to a type-safe function pointer or a callback. Yeah, okay. A delegate declaration is sufficient to define a delegate class. Delegates have many uses in .NET. In the context of events, a delegate is an intermediary between the event source and the code that handles the event. Okay, you associate a delegate with an event by including the delegate type in the event declaration, as shown. An event is basically a delegate you can add shit to. Delegate field, gotcha. Okay. This is always where I struggle a little bit. is reading without ADHD brain trying to not focus on. All right, whatever. Associated delegate with an event by including the delegate type in the event declaration as shown in the example in the previous section. Yeah. Okay. For more information. Do you want a more concrete example of less reading? I shouldn't, because I should be able to just read a page, right? This is just how my brain works. I'm just like, huh? Associate a delegate with an event by including the delegate type in the event declaration as shown in the example. The delegate class. .NET provides the event handler and event handler to support most event scenarios. Okay. Use the event handler delegate for all events that don't include event data. Yeah, okay. What does the delegate correspond to in other languages? In like C and C++, you can type def a function. So if you were like type def, I wrote an example about like this just recently. Func type T. So this is like, now you could, after doing this, you could now like say equals and then like point it. So if you had like a function that's like dword, some function int return something, now you could do like, you could like make a pointer to this. So this is basically what a delegate is doing. A function pointer. I think it's a function pointer mostly. That's my understanding at least. Or at least like declaring a delegate is the same as this. Just so you know, I steal all the money I give to you from Amazon by doing surveys. Can you get free Amazon Prime by doing surveys? I didn't know that. You can make buttons that do something when click to PowerPoint, so if you crave, you can make some games. Yeah, you can. That was how I did it. Do I have PowerPoint on here? No, I don't. I should get PowerPoint on here, for God's sake. One of these days, I'm going to want to use it. Oh, no. I have to... Oh, you get free Twitch bits. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I guess... I seem to remember that, but maybe they stopped doing that in, like... For my... Maybe they stopped doing that in my region or something like that. No, I'll do this later. I was gonna do stuff. I was gonna do something completely different for absolutely no reason. I was gonna install Microsoft Office, because I was just like, PowerPoint should be on here. I want to do stuff with PowerPoint one day. Hello, terminology and documentation, because I Google a term I don't understand. It links to a programming concept that someone would have learned in school, and the explanation is longer than the thing I was reading initially. It can be a bit like that. Yeah, all I really want to know is like, how do I? So I've got my event handler, and yeah, just how do I like get get the event? I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Yeah. So I've basically done this, which is yeah, this. Yeah. And I've done this. Oh, hang on. Do I need this object? I've done this. Okay. Okay, I've been given an example for my very distractible brain to look at. This is really it's so frustrating for me that like there are things that should be pretty simple, and my eyes just will glaze over. Anyway, whatever. Okay. I go to class. Do things. I love doing things. Okay, so create a foo. Foo has a public event handler. Okay, that's interesting. Event handler, foo event for args, and then you give it. I guess this is kind of like a lambda, or it's an inline function. So this would be the event handler then, and then. Predefined type, you don't need to use it, you can use your own. Oh, okay. So I guess what I'm not sure about is so we create that and then we make a bar. Okay, so so basically we give this an event handler, and then we call this, which invokes the event handler, which will call this eventually. Alright? So this goes to this, which invokes this and then calls this. So I guess the question is, in that case, this class doesn't need to know anything about this, but this does need to know about. I'm making it. I'm wording it in a confusing way. So for me, I have. I'll write it as close as I can, I guess. So, yes, you're right. Okay, cool. So I guess where would be the best way to? Okay, so the node will say like input dot on. Yeah, okay, on connected plus equals, and then it would have like some connection handler. So I guess where would be the best place to add this? Would it, I guess it would be in the constructor, because right now like this, I don't even have a constructor, I just initialize it. But I guess the idea would be, I'd say like, in theory, it's the constructor. Yeah, well that's the only thing, is that I didn't even have a constructor before, but I guess so something like that. This is like pseudocode essentially. Interesting. My only concern is that this was useful to know. I'm glad I know how this works now. My only concern is that if we're having to do this, it isn't really any better than just passing this through. You know what I mean? Like it's still about, well, arguably the passing this through is less work. So, yeah, that might just be the way it has to be. Then input doesn't have to know anything about the node. Yeah. You connect entirely separately. Yeah. I don't know if that's super, if that's that big of a problem though. A little more work, but it does create a nice abstraction. Yeah. I'm just trying to make this. I want this to be as like this isn't necessarily for me. I just want to make. I'm thinking about this from like a API perspective, like the people down the line that might write their own nodes, and I want to make it as like foolproof and mistake-proof as possible. And I feel like if people have to add events for all the inputs that they add, then someone's bound to make a mistake, and it's just gonna fuck everything up. Whereas at least this is like, if you don't pass the this through, it'll make like a compiler error, because like that'll be a required argument. That's my only concern. Just imagine it's me using it. Well, I wasn't thinking that. I'm just thinking like, you don't have anything working, make it work. I mean, I understand the point, but I also think it's important to think about this stuff early. Signal slots may lend themselves better to lazy evaluation. What does that mean? Anyway, well, for now, I'm gonna pursue this and see what happens. Okay, where was I with the input? I wonder if there's a way to like, maybe we can, I mean, there's the alternative, and it still kind of makes things complicated. It still kind of adds an extra layer, but the alternative is maybe, would be like, if, rather than just having a new object and that creating the input, you could have it so that like you have to call like add input before it'll actually show up, and then we can do a bunch of like automatic initialization stuff in there. It's still not as like what would you call it? It's still not as simple as I wanted it to be, but that's a possibility. I somehow always thought KC was on Floatplane for some reason. I don't even know what Floatplane is. A streaming service. I've never used this in my life. Yeah. Anyway. But I do understand the point that like the abstraction is nice. The fact that, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to know about the node. Well, for now, I'll throw this together and see what happens. Maybe you remember from Qt that there's no downside to unconnected signals, something along that line, it somewhat decouples both sides, but I would need to reread. No, when I say like downside, I mean like I might make the assumption in my code that we're gonna get this event, and I'm kind of, if I'm leaving it up to the other developers to make sure I get the event, well then chances are, at least in some time, at some point, I'm not going to get the event, and then Olive might start to make incorrect assumptions. So it's not necessarily that I think the code will do something wrong. It's more just that I'm kind of coming into this assuming that there's going to be a thing. Isn't that what documentation is for? Yeah, I mean, but we can't expect everyone to do everything perfectly all the time. Like, you know, a documentation existing is not is not an excuse to make something complicated, I suppose. And you know, I'm not saying this is a fairly simple. It's not complicated, but it's just a thing I'm like keeping an eye on. Events aren't a foreign concept. I'm not saying they're a foreign concept. All I'm saying is that it's a lot of boilerplate code, right? So let's say I don't know, I don't have many examples here, but let's say none of these nodes have like a lot of inputs, but let's say we had a node with like, we're making a complicated node with like a bunch of inputs, and you had to make sure that I get the signal. So I'm always like on connect plus equals like on connect event handler, and we had to make sure that every single input had this, and every developer making a node had to make sure every single input had this. Someone is bound to make a mistake, and yeah, that's their fault, but I'm just thinking, how can I make this as easy as possible for people, essentially? That's kind of what I'm going into this with the idea of, because like, and especially if this isn't even the only one, maybe there's going to be like maybe there's also going to be like a on disconnect event handler, right? And then it just starts to become kind of unwieldy, you know what I mean? So this is essentially what I'm trying to prevent. And then you have to be like, oh, I have to change all these. And it's just a lot of like, again, it is their fault if they get this wrong, but it's a lot of ways for things to go wrong that perhaps could be avoidable, essentially. So yeah. Potential memory issues in the C documentation. Probably. Alright, so. I might need to like split these off because this file is pretty long, unfortunately. I assume I can do this. And just not make a setter. I assume that works. Alright, now I'm gonna have to... yeah. Now for each one of these I'm gonna have to pass this through. Which, yeah, it's fine. It's not really a big deal. Not available. Oh, I see. You can't actually use this in initializer. I guess that makes sense because the constructor hasn't run yet. Well, I guess in that case, what we need to do is just I guess we need to start making a constructor. I take it Olive does not yet load files. No, we're just working on the compositing. Well, it's all the base stuff, like just how do we get a picture to do certain things. How far in are you? It's going to be difficult to show right now, just because I'm in the middle of some refactoring. But really, what it comes down to is The node stuff is pretty much all there. Mostly all there. I mean, I guess right now I'm having to add stuff to it. But, yeah, so it's really just a matter of getting it to start behaving like a timeline. I guess I'll start, because these are not properties anymore, so it's probably not valid to be calling them, like, to be giving them that naming. Oops. Ah, yeah, I don't know. Actually don't know about this. Maybe I should... I'll keep them for now. Which timeline are we on right now? Is it child or adult timeline? God, I wish. I don't know what I wish, but I just wish. Isn't the Windows 7 skin supposed to blur the content behind the window header? It is, however, we're currently running without OpenGL. The OpenGL that Godot is using must be software, because we have no OpenGL right now because of various issues on my end. So it doesn't do the blurring. I just realized I wrote fucking C++ here, for God's sake. Okay. Oops. Ooh, that was it's a disaster. Alright, and then why not? I'll add input disconnect. Alright. Yo, who's this? iDef? That is an I, right? Not an L. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub to Robo Twilight. I really appreciate that. Thanks for gifting a tier 1. Hell yeah. Oops. That was so loud. Oh, it's because everything is doubled right now. We passed the 4-hour point, so all the sounds and all the TTS is doubled right now. It's very silly. That's my phone. It's an alarm. Cool. All right. Well, now that that's out of the way, I think the rest should be pretty straightforward. Okay, so all I wanted to do with that was just say on input connect event override output input. I just wanted to say like I'll say like connected. We'll just make sure this is actually working. I know I spelled that wrong, but who cares? What did I get wrong here? Must have gotten something wrong. Override on the other side. Since when? It's my C++ again, isn't it? Where does it go? Output, input alone makes me not want to use C#. Well, I mean, we can call it something else. That's just what I've called these classes. Oh, that too. I haven't even given it a void. Yeah, my bad. Is it a void? Yes, it is. Damn. You can tell I'm a C++ MF. Cannot be marked as new or virtual. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm figuring it out. And I must have gotten... Oh, it's also not event. Alright. How embarrassing. Now I need to do using Godot because I want to be able to print stuff. Okie dokie. So, ideally, all that will have done... Oh, I need to make a damn... How do I do that? We actually already have a project. That's exciting. Yeah, we do. Okay, so projects, add new... make it easier to read. Olive.node.console. Oh no, it's not in .node, it's just olive.console. Okie dokie. Maybe I should make like a nodes thing as well. Okay, so now, in theory, if I plug something in, it should print something. Well, it should print something, but it shouldn't have not that. It should have printed more than that. Why is the title messed up? I think it's just because it's not tall enough. I think if I had a second input, it would be fine. I don't know why. That's probably a Godot meme of some kind. Godot is indeed something. Well, it is something, but it's not what I was trying to get it to print, which was concated. Let me see. I'm sure there's just something wrong with my logic. I'm sure I just haven't like hooked something up properly. Yeah, okay, let's just make sure that we're actually doing the connection that I claim to be doing. Connect node. Where does this go? Is this even... Huh, where is this? Oh, okay. No, I see what's wrong. How silly. Alright, so we're gonna get... I got confused. I got confused again between Godot nodes and Olive nodes, which is probably not good. probably means we have to do something about. Using LLVM pipe, I'm so sorry. Yeah, my GPU broke. Well, it's not broken. It would be fixed if I rebooted my real GPU that I passed through to my virtual machine. So yeah, we're going software only. We're raw dogging it in software only mode right now. You know, at least it works. But like, yeah, it's not. I would not be choosing this situation. Call back to my comment an hour ago. I don't know which one. I've already forgotten. Yeah, we just grabbed the node from it. Yeah, easy. Okay, so from .node. Oh, for God's sake, I have to resolve the input from it. Could you call the Olive nodes like O node or something? I don't know if I'd call them O node, but yeah, I mean, I might have to come up with a new name for them. Again, just to make it easier for, like, you can do olive.node, but yeah, I mean, it's still not ideal. So I guess, let's see, is there a way to get, call the nodes themselves olives? It's not a terrible idea. Like, just call this, because that is, I think, kind of the core of the whole software is the node system. So, you know, in some ways it is the base building block. It's something I'll think about. Okay, so I guess we need to find a way to like resolve get input from index. And I know how to do this. It's this essentially. It probably is the way to the simplest way to do it. I was suggesting you differentiate between. Oh yeah. If you're really good, you make the nodes even look like olives. So then I will stop using the editor because since olives are disgusting. Fair enough. I understand. Okay, so yeah, basically, if count equals index return. I assume I have to actually get like the object somehow. And here we return null. Does that mean we have to make this an input question mark? Let me see. Oh, I have to get the... yeah. T. Oh, T is like get type, isn't it? From... yeah, so I need to get the object from this. I'm not a fan of olives, I'm the worst Italian. Oof! I like, no, actually, no, I like olives. But when I think of olive in the context of the editing software, I never think of the food. I always just think of, like, olive branches and, like, peace and harmony. That was kind of the idea, at least. Flashbang, oh yeah. Light mode. Hang on, I've got a dark reader in here somewhere. There we go. Actually, maybe even the this website has a dark mode, but it's not. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, okay. Generally, I do like to use the official dark mode more than the more than dark reader, just because it generally, like generally humans are better at picking the color scheme than the extension is, but you know. We're not always so lucky. Okay, so yeah, we get field info, so I just need to get the object from the field info, I think. Are you compiling the C# or is Godot using the interpreter? I think Godot just hooks into the .NET SDK, so I think it's building with I believe it's building with this .NET SDK H at the moment. Dark Reader is worse because it has to guess, yeah, but most of the time it does decent. Yeah, it's usually pretty good. But yeah.
Honestly, I would recommend experimenting with adding your C# node system into GoZen. Even if you don't go that route long term, experimentation should be very educational. Also, as far as I know, if you need color management, you need to use the 3D pipeline, and therefore Godot 4 will be a much better choice.
Maybe. The thing is that if we'd be doing color management, we'd probably be doing it through OpenColor.io again, in which case it may not make a difference because we may have to implement it all manually anyway, the color management. Oh, the C#. Oh, you mean IL2 CPP? Yeah, I don't think we're using that, but if there's a way to use it, I wouldn't say no. Like, it would probably be a pretty decent performance boost, maybe. Although the Dynarec is supposed to be pretty good, I think, in C#. Anyway, so yeah, we just need to get like the get object from field info. Oh, does this... Can I actually do this? Well, I guess we'll see. Guess we'll find out if we can actually use this. Wouldn't make a huge difference? Yeah, probably not. Godot already has the intensive stuff written in C++, just use C# as more of a scripting language. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. Like, the Node stuff has to be high level anyway, because that's just how it works. But like all the expensive stuff is either a shader, or yeah, it's like FFmpeg decoding, which is all going to be in C. And yeah, if there's anything that like needs to be more performant, then yeah, we'd write that in C as well. Or C++, it's all the same. Oh right, I need to give it like null apparently, I think. I didn't actually look at the documentation for this function, I'm just stealing the solution from Stack Overflow. Yeah, so I mean, Olive would probably be quite similar, where it would do like some bits in, like the nodes are definitely going to be C#, the UI and stuff probably C#, but like if there's like all the graphics intensive stuff is shaders, and if there's any other intensive stuff, yeah, it'd probably be native as well. Alright, so now, when's the new YouTube video coming out? I don't know, when it's done. Check the, I posted an update like a week or two ago on Twitter and Patreon and YouTube community tab about like the status of it. I'm hoping I was hoping it would be done by the end of January. I have a feeling it's not going to be, but it'll be done when it's done. I mean, I'm putting, we're currently putting together videos for the MacKC Bytes channel. I wrote something, I wrote like 80% of the script for a new Bytes video this morning. So, there'll be stuff coming out pretty soon. But as for the big main channel video, still going. Your distance, true. Yeah, I've got a pretty, actually, the Bytes video I wrote this morning I think will be pretty interesting. It's kind of I want to say a failed project from last year. So it's like, it's not a very satisfying story, but it's interesting, I feel like, and it's worth talking about, so I'll ramble about that for a little bit. So, yeah, now I just need to node, okay, node from node equals this, to node equals this. Input equals from, actually the from, oh, that's a good question actually. Is the from always going to be an output? That's, I need to check that. Is it the story of losing your virginity since you say it failed? Wow. Thanks, buddy. No, it is not actually. It is a project I attempted to do last year. I spent like a month on it, and it didn't end up working out, and so I never really made a video. Like I thought it would still probably be worth making a video one day, but it was never something I prioritized because it didn't work out, and as such, yeah. But I thought, you know, this is a good opportunity to actually whip that one back out. Not a good end, but a fun path? I like to think so. It's always trying to have a little bit of fun. Yeah, okay, so what I wanted to know is if I... Yeah, so... When I drag something like that, it says from solid to console. But if I went the other way around... Okay, it's still solid to console. So if I went from here to here, it's still math track. Okay, so from is always output, to is always input. Good, good. That's useful. That's what I wanted it to be. Actually, from output equals from node dot get output from index to from slot and then to input. Oops, actually, just put the to node dot get input from index to slot, I think, and then we'll print that out and see if it worked. Oops. Oh, did I want to make this public? Hang on. I didn't. How embarrassing. A vector swizz. That's what I mean where, like, the ability to... it means vector swizzle, which means, like, you can take R, G, and B channels and, like, swizzle them around. So you can plug, like, G into R, or swap G and B, or take an R from one texture or a B from another texture. That's essentially what swizzling is. It's like a graphics term. 6-hour stream. You know, it do be like that sometimes. You should have been here for the Shrekathon. Oh my god. Alright, well, that was not happy. That did not work. Yeah, okay. Right, unhandled exception. That makes sense. I still think it was a wasted opportunity to not play the entire Shrek movie in Clone Hero. Well, you know, the Shrekathon ended kind of... I mean, not necessarily early, but it could have gone longer. And if it had, I'm sure we would have gotten around to more stuff. You know, I'll definitely do it this year. This September, I say, confirmed, this September we're going to do another Shrekathon. You can have access to the instance of the parent object of the object in question. Words dreamed by the utterly deranged. Stop using C#! Yeah, essentially. How much to start with the entire Shrek movie in Clone Hero? Jesus. The Shrek movie is long, isn't it? We don't even get to watch it, we just have to listen to it. Damn, I guess I can't use this. How much? Maybe I'll make some, like, subathon goals, and I'll be like, do this for this, and yeah, maybe. Okay, so... You heard it here first, folks. True. pass in the instance you want to use. Oh. Oh. So I just say like this, right? I think that's how that works. The Clone Hero chart has the background video with it, and it's evidently okay for Twitch since the highway's in the way anyway. Do you think that would really fly? It would be unfortunate to get DMCA'd on day one of the subathon. Okay, cool. So we're definitely getting the input. We're not getting the... Oh, yeah, I fucked up with the output code. That's my bad. And then it's gotta be... Yeah, we gotta get the methods. Cool. You know, I really like C#. Everything just kind of works how you'd think it would, I feel like. I mean, maybe... Hang on, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe maybe that's a little bit optimistic. Maybe that's some... Maybe that's a clueless moment from me. But it just feels like there are generally pretty good ways to do things in ways that aren't necessarily the case in other languages. There are hand people who've done it without any problems. All right, well, yes. As long as it's okay, I mean, I'd be down to give it a shot. If or would I be using this, actually? That's what I'm wondering. I actually... Interesting. As long as I have the option to make the selection for the playhead, all is fully featured to me. Yeah, I'll definitely have that. I think 0.1 had that, but 0.2 didn't, unfortunately. But, yeah. Okay, so if I actually say, like... like this. If D does not equal null. Equals index, return... Is that how this works? That might be how this works. Cool. Cool. Okay, so... What if I try to get the names of them, just to be super sure we actually have what we're looking for? Yo! Jags JTV, thanks so much for the raid! I really appreciate it. Welcome, man. How's it going? The other version of Olive I am using currently does have it, and I do not understand how a video editor cannot have selection for his playhead. Like, can there be a more obvious feature for it? Yeah, sure. I appreciate it. I agree. Yeah, so we'll definitely have it in here. I don't know if this is actually legal. This might not be... I'm gonna guess this is probably not legal, but... It doesn't really matter. I'll just go for it. Okay, so to input.connect. Actually, I should no, I won't worry about it for now. .connect from output. Okay. Kden Live doesn't have some baffling reason. Interesting. That's unfortunate. Concated! This is what I was looking for like half an hour ago. The concated message. Alright, good. So now, yeah, I'm just gonna literally just gonna print output. What does output take again? It's input params. Ah shit, I'm gonna need to make some input parameters. It's okay, I'll just steal some from here. Wonderful. Alright, we're almost there, pretty much. Oops, not here. So, here we go. Connect that. We should get a 0. We do. And if I make a couple nodes real quick. Yeah. Math A equals new math. B equals, hang on. I've got my microphone has, I need to get a new cable for this because it's currently getting in the way of me typing, but I can get a new cable that'll fix that at some point. A dot input A. How do I set these again? It's in the tests somewhere. Dot value, that's what I want. So dot value equals let's make a really complicated thing that will add up to like 420 or 69. Actually, let's do 69. So let's say 5, it can be any number, is 5 plus, oops, 10, that's 15, and then, I don't know, 28, and then whatever we need to get to 69. 69 minus 5 minus 10 minus 28. 26. Fantastic. And then we just add those to the project. So, okay. So in theory, if everything is working out and these nodes are working correctly, all I have to do, oh shit, actually I need a third math. I need a third math, and oh, the problem is I can't tell which one's which. I guess, yeah, no, I can't tell which one's which. That's going to be really unfortunate. I'm gonna guess that's C, and this is B, and this is A. That's my guess. In which case, if all of this works, and I got these the right way around, then it should print 69 to the console. It does! 69! Yo! All right. Well, I got some really, really good news. The node system is still working. It's still working great. So essentially, yeah, so you can hook this stuff up now. So if I was to remove, oh, I don't actually, oh shit, I don't have UI to remove that node, that connection yet. So, yeah, not yet. I don't have, I don't have anything to remove the connection, so I can't disconnect it. Well, actually, I guess I can. What did you change to make it not work? No, it always worked. It's just it only worked in these tests. Like, so I could click a button and it would make a bunch of nodes and it would connect them and it would print the result. The innovation today is that now we can do the connections in the UI and it works. So the nodes are still working. They're just, now they just work in the UI as well. So you can make the connections in the UI. Doing now, adding UI to remove connections. Yeah, I guess so. All right, so this should print, it should print either, I don't remember which one's which. It should print either 15 or 54. 54, okay. And then when I connect this, oh, Don't know what that's gonna do. Yeah, I do need to add UI to disconnect. Know what we're doing it now? Add UI to remove connections. Yeah, I might just do that quickly. Or I might try to do that quickly. Let's see. Because I think Godot will kind of let me do that out of the box. I just probably have to like enable it. Because like this whole widget, this whole node graph widget in the corner, this is all Godot. And all I've done is hook up the logic that makes it so that the items are created from my olive nodes, my O nodes. Otherwise, this whole UI is Godot. So I think as long as I think there must be a way to like get it working. Godot node graph, select and delete. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This is kind of what I'm looking for. We're currently on 3 at the moment, so... Did you develop that calculator? No, it's KCalc because it's KDE's calculator, not because it's mine. Delete. Okay. On graph node selected, so I might have to make some connections. And after this, I'll probably finish for the day. After I get like deleting, or at least selecting working, you know. Node graph. Node selected. Delete nodes request. Yeah, I think we just have to hook this stuff up, basically. Don't know why it's like made that outside of the thing. Anyway. Can I rename this? Is such an ugly... It's probably gonna screw up the signaling, but whatever. Node selected. And then what do we have to do? Do I actually have to... I might just print stuff out for now. Select? Question mark? Same way KDE console is console. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I might have to... Hang on. Connect to... Yeah, I should have changed it here. On node graph node selected. Well, I already have it, so... and then unselected. On... I'll make this... like this, and then... Can make another function with the correct name that calls it. Nah, it's okay. Let's just make sure these signals are actually happening. Deselect, and then finally delete nodes request. I hope there's a way to like delete the edges as well, the like connections. Copy nodes, delete nodes. Well, we'll find out, I suppose. Nemo is a better file manager than Dolphin. Fight me. I haven't used Nemo in such a long time. You might be right, but I couldn't tell you. I just realized, is Nemo named that because of Dolphin? Or like, because they're both fish? Is that like a... Oh shit, I fucked up. Is that an intentional, like, callback? Get that shit out of here. Nemo's fork of Nautilus. Interesting. No clue why Nemo's named Nemo, just like that you can right click to open a folder as root. That is useful. That is handy. Maybe I'll install Nemo and I'll give it a try. I'm always down to try new software. Delete? Question mark? So if I... Oh, I see. Okay, so actually, no, that's not what I want. I wanted a way to not. I don't need I don't need to care about the nodes being selected. I need to care about like the connections being selected. Select connection. Technically, a connection between a node is called an edge, but I don't know if they would have called them that. Disconnect. What's their way of disconnecting? Oh. Set right disconnects. Oh, okay. I guess we can do that just as like a stopgap measure. We're calling it a branch here. I guess we probably are. You know, if the theme is olive, it probably is unironically a branch. Not to be confused with a Git branch or like a version control branch. Set right disconnects. Oh, actually, it might be a property equals true. It's always a little bit challenging going from like the GD script to the C# because it's always written a little bit differently. Hang on. Graph edit C#. I know there's like a dedicated C# documentation somewhere, but I never remember where it is. I can open a root only folder as root with Dolphin. It requires KIO-admin. The context menu entry is open as administrator. I'm investigating that as we speak. So, that would be quite useful. Hang on. I need to, like, restart Dolphin, I think. Not to be confused with the emulator. I'll investigate that more later on. Okay, so... Ugh. Yeah, this is where it gets a little complicated. Unless it is just set rights. I know they like mess around with the naming scheme as well. Ugh. Where's the C# documentation? Specifically. Because I know that, yeah, I know that the style guide is different. And the emulator is not to be confused with the internal code name from Nintendo. That is true. Indeed, indeed. Where is it? This is it. I think this is it, yeah. Graph edit? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it is. To put Nemo on my Steam Decks. Oh yeah. Nifty. Here we go. Right disconnects. It is a property. Yeah. This should have worked. Should be, yeah, this should work. Unless oh wait. It's in the graph itself, not on a per node basis. That makes sense, I guess. I don't even have a constructor on here yet. That's kind of unusual. I want a Steam Deck, but Valve hates us. Uh-oh, what did they do this time? By us, I assume you mean Australians. I haven't lived in Australia since the Steam Deck came out. Uh-oh. What the hell? Why did it crash this time? Object not set to... Really? Oh, right, okay, no. That makes sense, actually. No OLED Steam Deck in AU? Oof. Okay, well, so now... Oh, I guess I have to like alright. Valid left disconnect type. Left if it has the specified type. That's definitely something I have to look into at some point. I think I have to do like, yeah, I have on connection request. I think I have to have like on disconnection request. Connection request, disconnection request. That's what I want. Yeah. On disconnection request. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I guess just grab all the same code and just do the disconnect, and then oh, I have to also disconnect it in the UI as well. Probably delete that. Disconnect. I think that'll work. Speaking of that, how about Apple being maliciously compliant? Yeah, I guess honestly it's probably to be expected, right? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, what else did we think was gonna happen? It's a bit shit. I mean, my hope is that the EU doesn't let them get away with it, but I don't know. We'll see, I suppose. $54, 0. Yeah, it's all good. All good. Can't complain. 15. Yeah, cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. What did they weasel out of? My understanding is, and I haven't like read everything on this, but my understanding is the EU is forcing them to allow like side loading and apps and stuff like that. So they were like, sure, we'll add that, and then they, I think, what I heard was that they're charging developers off the App Store, like, was it 50 cents per download or something like that? So it becomes kind of like impossibly, maybe I should look this up properly. It becomes like untenable, I think. It's like specifically designed for you to not use it. But that's what I've read. Well, that's what I've been told. I should probably like actually look it up. They're only adding it in the EU and then pulling some Unity shit where they squeeze as much money out of them as possible. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's basically like what Unity was trying to do a while ago, where they were trying to charge people for installs. Yeah, so per install. Oh yeah, and I guess it's only going to be EU, which kind of cringe. EU only, yeah. So we, as US and Australian citizens, I suppose, are not going to enjoy the benefits. Maybe not even the UK, because the UK is not technically EU anymore. Doesn't that disincentivize to not use their app store? No, they're charging for installs for people who are off the app store, for like alternative app stores, I think. So like it's less affordable to be off the app store than it is to be on. I think this is what they're going for. At least that's my understanding. Again, I didn't look into it super deeply. Okay, well, I've more or less done what I set out to do. Can't complain. I'm gonna comment these out because they're just a waste of cycles at the moment. Oops. No chance they get away with that? I certainly hope not. I certainly hope that the EU calls bullshit on it, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, that's just because the track node is broken at the moment. Okay. Well, yeah. So it's the compositing is basically kind of like visual programming, where you need it gives you the ability to like hook stuff up, connect things in a way that you can basically do whatever you want with the video that you make. And so yeah, it's kind of like visual program. It's kind of like a high-level programming language. And so far, it is perfectly possible in this version of Olive to add some numbers together. It may not seem exciting, but it is. See, you add these numbers and these numbers together, and you get 69. Or I could add, I could pull some of these ones. I could add this, which this is going to be 0, and this together. It should be. Oops, that's not good. Oh, okay. This should be 15, I think, or yeah, 15. Yep. Great. So. Yeah, and it came together really quickly. Again, that's what I think the benefit of using C# is that, like, again, I can't stress this enough, that how much code I wrote for Olive 0.2 that was basically just to do what C# does already. Like, and we're not even getting the benefits of, like, the performance benefits of C++ at that point, because, we're just implementing all the stuff that, and all the overhead that it implies that you get from C#. So I just feel like it makes sense to at least have the nodes in something like this, in a higher level language. So I'm feeling vindicated with my decision so far. Everything is possible in this video editor except editing your videos. At the moment, yes. You can't get video in, you can't get video out, and there's no timeline. But the fact is, we're making such good progress that I feel like that's not going to be true for much longer. 0.2 does have selection for his playhead? Well, I don't remember implementing it. Must have happened when I was like half asleep. I must like the working hours on Olive 0.2 were nuts. So probably just completely forgot about it. Using Godot to change up Olive. Yeah, my goal is, I guess, just to clarify, my goal is get the node system. The node system is already basically a high level language. So my thinking is, why try to make a higher level language in C++? Why not just fucking use a higher level language, which is what we're doing. And additionally, as a, part compositor, part video editor, I mean, well, all video editors are part compositors nowadays. I had to write a whole, basically 2D and 3D rendering engine. And that's silly. Why not just use one that's off the shelf? And just about any game engine is a 2D/3D rendering system. So, how much, like, so far it seems like Godot is probably viable for like a fairly big chunk of it. But like there's a the UI doesn't have to be Godot, I don't think. We could use like the because it's fully open source, we could use like the rendering stuff from Godot and then have like a Qt UI if we really wanted to, I think. Yeah, the idea is just simply use more stuff that's off the shelf that already exists. Why be trying to like write all this stuff from scratch, essentially? Looks fine enough. Yeah, I mean, so far I don't see any reason not to use this as the UI. I mean, this skin is a little ugly. I might use a different skin, but like the point is, Godot is skinnable. You can like get different things. You can make your own themes and shit like that. So maybe someone from the community will make a nicer looking theme. But other than that, I mean, it's like perfectly functional. Like I'm very impressed with the docking functionality, and I don't mean docking like with penises. I mean like this stuff works pretty well. And what I really like, actually, what I particularly like, and that's something that I always struggled with Qt, was that I can actually, in the IDE, I can actually set like the layout of the the docs, yeah, I can actually just like, if I want the timeline to be, I can put it there. If I want this test kit stuff to be over here, just put it over there. Like, it's so nice to use. I didn't, you know, I struggled a lot with trying to get the docking stuff working in Qt nicely, and in some ways it still doesn't, but like, this is really, really impressive. So, anyway, edit on all of this fine, but only on Windows. On my Intel MacBook, it crashed on media input. Well, hopefully this works good in all ways. I'll do that with Qt Creator. I am not aware of it, but maybe you can. To be honest, I didn't use like the UI. I didn't use the Qt Designer, like the stuff that you actually use to do UI stuff. I was mostly like, I was mostly just writing like regular code. Yeah, I didn't use any like UI designing system. So maybe I just missed it, right? Will you be able to make the docking changeable via code? In what way? Like, yeah, in what way? How much longer you're streaming? I'm gonna stop like pretty soon, like in the next 5 minutes probably. I think you can like, I think you can set this up. You can reconfigure this with code, but yeah. In an Olive 0.2, you can change the layout. Will that be possible? Well, I mean, you can change the layout now. Like, that's what I'm doing here. But do you mean like, so, do you mean like, will we be able to like save and restore the layout? I'm sure that's, I'm fairly certain we will be. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, well, yeah, I was just geeking out over the fact that you can like also configure it in the IDE here. All right, well, I guess I'll probably get going. I might see if there's anyone to raid. I feel like a dipshit. I'm always raiding like the same people because it's just like people I've met IRL that also stream. This editor will be able to fix MKV to MP4, right? I mean, Olive does support MKVs. There's that. On the GitHub repo yet? Not yet. I guess like I don't know if I'm like, I don't know if I have like a goal or a deadline for like when it would be. I think, you know, I always, I feel there isn't necessarily a point to just, to putting it up when there's like nothing you can even do with it. But I guess it's starting to get to a point where you can start to do stuff with it. What am I gonna do with the old repo? I'm probably, right now, it's on GitHub. The new stuff is on GitHub, but it's on a private repo. It's called Olive Next, Olive Editor / Olive Next. My thinking is there's a good chance I'll just keep the old repo around and just like put up the new one as a separate one. Godot releasing before Lego Island Decomp is done? Maybe. I have no idea. I mean, it's pretty promising. Like we've already got a compositor. I need to get like textures flowing through the compositor. I need to get shaders working in the compositor. And honestly, that might be about it. Maybe sound as well. But sound would be harder to test. And then just write a timeline. And that's pretty much it, right? So why not just open the source now? I think it's mostly a matter of just like tempering people's expectations. Like if I put something out and I'm just like, here's the new Olive, then people are going to be like, wow, and they're going to want to try it. I'm just like, well, I mean, I only really just started. So it's mostly a PR thing, I want to say. Maybe PR is the wrong word. It's more just like, I don't want to make people think that, and in some ways, I mean, I'm like 95% sure that this is a pretty good path, but also I'm still kind of prototyping. We're still kind of, part of me is still like checking the viability of this approach. So I don't want to make any promises that are like, that I'm not going to be able to keep, essentially. So I think the main reason is just making sure that, we don't put anything out without knowing that, without being able to actually commit to it, essentially. Anyway, yeah, I'll raid you guys off. There's actually a lot of friends, a lot of IRL friends streaming right now. How could I ever choose? Or maybe I'll just raid nobody, Does anyone care anymore? The old repo may as well be archived, considering that all the issues and PRs will be invalidated. Yeah, probably. Probably should. I'm gonna go ahead and raid. You do you. I know. Yeah, I'll go ahead and raid. I'm gonna raid Katrin Lin. If you want to warn them ahead of time, or warn her ahead of time. Okay. Here we go. In the words, in the invaluable words of Mario. Here we go. Anyway, all right. See you guys. I don't know when I'll be streaming next. Ideally, maybe next Tuesday. But it may be like, I may just say fuck it and say next Friday. So, Clive Fit raid. If you want to have a message like that, you feel free, go right ahead. Replacing the entire code base with something so incompatible only increase the size of the Git folder. Yeah, I don't think there's any point to. I think archiving the current repo and just making a new repo is probably the way to go. All right, bye bye. I'll see you guys next time. Either Tuesday or next Friday, one of them.